Hey everybody, welcome back to my stream. I'm glad you could join me today. It's very cool of you. So we're gonna jump right into the game. No Windows 11 stuff. I did have a question, so I know it's crazy. Somebody actually asked me a question about Windows 11. But let me quickly address that because I know that what I was saying yesterday could be a little confusing. So if you do not have a TPM on your PC, right? So you've tried all the steps, you've gone through to install Windows 11, you did the TPM check, you did all that, you just don't have one. It's not there, right? Can you still install Windows 11 even though you don't have a TPM? This is a tricky answer, but yes, you can, and no, you can't. So it's kind of like that, right? Windows 11 wants you to install uh, Windows 11 with a TPM. However, there's a backdoor to get around this. A TPM is not the end all be all, and you probably meet the requirements for Windows 11 just fine. So what would you need to do? I would recommend you look this up on YouTube. Giving too much advice here can be a little tricky because you are breaking the terms of service with Windows, but it's not exactly illegal, right? You need a ISO for Windows 10. You just kind of drag and drop the install file from Windows 10 into Windows 11 ISO, which you can get for free, and then you just install it and it will go. The TPM restriction command is only in Windows 11's install file, and so yeah, and Windows 11, Windows 10 install files are exactly the same. Exactly the same. So if you just swap those two install files, I am not talking about your setup exe, then it will install just fine. All right, enough about that. If you want more information on this, definitely look it up on YouTube. It's out there. I'm not going to get into it. It's a big thing. All right. So game-wise, we came into some information last night. Very cool, right? I got to watch Rigula go through his unfair difficulty and he's right near the end of the game. Just amazing, man. This guy is just a beast. And then, I spent some time watching Ray and how they went through it and did all their things. And so I got some information. I met some really cool chatters. And some of that information is, you remember how I said you've got like base, right? You've got you've got your bases all over the Crusader map. And I wish there was a way to quickly switch between one base and the next. Yeah? You can do it. You can do it. If you click on the base, down in the bottom left-hand corner, there are some icons that will let you just quickly switch to the next base. All right, so that's the first one. We are getting into the game, I promise. I promise. We're just having going through our things. All right, so next is our quicken spell, which allows you to cast different spells in the same round. Boom, mind blown. Like, okay, so I knew that quicken spell let you double cast, right? I knew it did. So if you're casting, like, if you put quicken spell on Ember and you double you cast if you cast your Ray, then it's going to go out twice, right? Boom, boom. I knew that. But if you're in turn-based, hey, thank you so much. That's so epic. That's so epic. Thank you. Good morning, Tineezy. It's very cool that you're here. Thank you, everybody. This is so cool. All right, so thank you, Tyler. That is very, very cool. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're able to watch. That's really exciting. This is kind of a thing that I do now. So I'm glad that you joined, you're following, that's awesome. I'm super happy that you're here. It's very cool, man. It's very cool. So we have these quick spells, and if you go into your turn base instead of running it randomly, you can cast multiple spells. So Ray can be cast, and then you can cast another spell if it's quickened. I did not know that, so that's kind of new information for me, and I'm very excited about it. That kind of takes care of my morning announcements, my morning stuff. Like, I've just like, so much stuff is going on, and it's been exciting, and there's just so many things to talk about and so much stuff to do, and things are happening, things are changing. We got the DLC that's going to be coming, and it's going to be exciting. No. I'm really glad that you're here. It's very cool. It's very cool. I'm really glad that you're here, and I hope that you enjoy the stream. It's it's fun. It's been a lot of fun meeting people and learning how to do all this stuff, and I'm really glad that you're here. It's cool. You can tell I kind of losing my voice, but come on, man, it's like 10 o'clock in the morning, and don't smoke. It's bad for you, but choice. All right, let's jump into the game. Flip on my overlays. Oh, and we'll do this too. Boom. Very cool. All right. Now we're gonna get. Okay, so let's. We're kind of scrambling around the map. We just finished Chili Creek. Let's look over our character real fast, right? So. We are playing a lawful good Aasimar, which is kind of like a half-blooded angel. And we are an oracle, which is like a cleric, except they didn't choose their powers. Their powers were kind of forced onto them. We are a very heavy weapon-based character. We're level 18. We wield a two-handed sword and wear heavy armor. For our mythic path, we took angel all the way through. And we are going with, the whole point of this mythic pass was to make our Sword of Heaven last 24 hours a day, nonstop. So that's what we've done. We've got the Sword of Heaven. We've got Everflame that makes it last 1 minute per rank. We've got greater enduring spells, which makes anything that lasts more than 5 minutes last 24 hours. We have Grand Blessing, which gives us additional damage and healing on the sword. And now we just picked up Speed of Light, which gives us 2 additional attacks. And spells at 7th level or lower are quickened when we are using this feat. So, very, very cool. Inventory-wise, we're going through and just kind of doing our thing. We're getting a lot of cool stuff. We just finished Chili Creek, is that what it's called? Chili Creek? Yeah, Chili Creek. And so now we are probably going to head back to base, but before we do that, let's take a look down here. Make sure we didn't miss anything. All right, let's teleport back to base. Let's go back to base. Whoops. You kind of need that that upbeat music at the beginning of the day, man. It's just you need something to wake you up. These early morning broadcasts are killing me. All right. Logistics reform, strengthening command. So this is our crusade management, and we're just going through and clearing up some of these quest that we have for our crusade. Sela wants to talk to us in our headquarters, and we're done with this anyways. Let's go into our, let's see what Sela wants. Oh. Oh my gosh. I always do that. Thank you so much. Man, that is an oops ever. Gosh. Yeah, I do that all the time. I've got these scenes and I don't have a stream deck yet, so I have to manually switch them, and it's an easy thing to forget. Thank you for bringing that up. The Eland of the Hound Hearts. Now this was her friend, I think. This was her friends, the little group. Alright, here's the deal. While we were in the abyss, these folks discovered the souls are being kept. Oh, for the jewelry. Right, okay. So all of the people in town were buying this jewelry from one of these merchants, and the merchant was selling it really cheap, and it was really high quality, but it was linked with a demon. And so as soon as they put it on and they unleashed the spell, everybody fell sick, and now they're all dying. We went into the demon's realm, but we forgot about this little piece of the puzzle, and when we came back they were still sick. Let's see. Well, I wouldn't say we discovered it exactly. I may be a cleric, but there are limits to my power, especially in the world wound. However, we do not know the general We do know the general location. When I was looking for souls, I had a vision. I saw a rock that looked like a gravestone, and beneath it was an entrance to a cave. I know that rock, and it is on the outskirts of the Winged Woods. So, okay. Do you have any idea what's inside the cave? No. What happened to the bodies of the trapped souls? We're moving them. Alright, I'll help you. Jana Andoria. She is the girl that we rescued, who was part of Sela's friends, but ran away when things got tense. And she's kind of been hiding ever since. She looks different than when we first saw her, though. She is calm and collected, and her face, while a little pale, you can notice a scar on her right temple and it is jagged and fresh. What kind of answer is that, right? Like, if somebody's excited for you, and they're all, you know, Jana, you're here! And then they just look at you and they're like, yes, I am here. You know what I mean? You're just kind of like, it's put off. Like, it's putting them off. Let's see. Nonsense afterwards. Alright, I'm really not a fan of Sela's side story, and that's what we're doing, is her side story. Sela's just not a very fun character. And she doesn't make a very good tank either. You have to kind of redesign her. She wants to come with us, which is no surprise, and a chance to redeem herself. This is our counselor, Lady Kanumi. Commander, I bring wonderful news. We are getting reports from all the regions in Mendev nationwide that the political crisis has been resolved. The military detachments you set across the region have restored order and suppressed the emerging riots. The entire country is impressed with how you managed to hold the demons back without reinforcements. I believe it is fair. At this moment, the commander... So they want us to do another political move. We need to remind Mendevs that the gods care. It's time to collect tithing. Elect new royal members. Equal rights for tieflings. Let's see. We have social glorification of gods. Will give us, all generals will learn Judgment Day. Judgment Day is a spell that deals damage to enemies and restores hit points to all units. We have Darien, which is tax the righteous. The cost of building and construction is now reduced by 50%. We have Lan, and he wants to elect royal council. The cost of recruiting mercenaries until units is reduced by 10%. Unlock tiefling rights. Recruiting growth for mythic units increases by 15%. Energy point income increases by 5%. And our counselor wants mobilization. Increase the cost of recruiting trainable units is reduced by 10%. Let's give tieflings rights. I didn't know they didn't have rights, so we are a good character. Let's give tieflings equal rights. All hail the chief. Our brethren will not forget this. You will see there are tons of decent halflings out there. When we first met, I allowed my eyes to deceive me. I failed to discern within you the outstanding politician. You knew nothing of diplomacy. You were unaware of the power structure of Nerusian and beyond. But you were driven by your uncanny intuition, and with it you have saved Mendev and strengthened the ties of our foreign allies. You have my respect. Nobody asked for your respect. If I really had it, you would bow down. All right.
Watch out for trouble.
Let's rest. Did we pick up any books while we were in there? Let's check. If we picked up any books. We did not. We can't cook the screaming omelet anymore. So, let's see what we can make. Let's do a +3 skill checks. We have one. We have +4. We'll do that. +4 skill checks. And we have, scroll-wise, we can't make almost anything. We really need to buy materials. I guess we can do a scroll of Rift of Ruin.
I analyzed the aerodynamic properties of your wings, demon girl. My conclusion? They are incapable of flight.
And yet they do fly. I hope this isn't the only time I managed to violate the laws of the universe.
All right, we are moving right along. We'll exit our city because we don't have anything to do here except sell some stuff, which I don't think is that big of a deal at the moment. We have traveled to the dry crossroads with Raybor. Alright, let's switch. Let's get Graybor. I am not a fan of Graybor. I don't like him. I think he's a pain in the ass. We have to level him. I think we're auto-leveling Greybor. We're just letting him take whatever. And I want flawless attacks. He doesn't use ranged weapons. Why would you take bigger they are? He doesn't use ranged weapons at all. Like, even a little bit. He just does not use them. Man. The auto level in this thing is totally busted. Let's see. I guess we'll take exposed vulnerability. Every third hit with a... No. We'll take last stand. Right? Because if he's going to die and you click last stand, then he won't die. And you can heal him and stuff. It is a very powerful ability. Click last stand. We could do improved critical or mythic sneak attacker or power attack. I think we'll make him a mythic sneak attack. Get that extra D6. Alright. Let's go! Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's very cool of you. And I'll see you when you get your phone fixed. Alright, let's buff.
Keep your wits about you.
We'll turn on our Holy Sword. Whole point of the build. And then we'll come down here. Two. Yeah, our quicken's working now. Look at that. It's a moving. No more casting spells. They just go.
The odds are against us.
All right.
What's on your mind?
Ready to
I
serve.
wonder. I'll watch your back.
I'm your blade.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
I know, buffing is no fun. It takes forever.
I'm prepared. You require my unbiased opinion? This war must end.
Almost done now.
Anything new?
We'll throw a haste on us and we're good to go. Alright. Whoops. Make sure Greyboar's up here. They always mess around with my setup whenever we get a new party member in. Have we been here before? It said to come here with Greyboar, right? What the heck is going on? Travel to the Grey Crossroads. They must go there together. We are in the Grey Crossroads, are we not? So, are we looking for like a camp, like before?
Keep your calm.
Or is it just bugged out? Not a very large area, so if I'm missing something.
There are many roads to success.
I don't even know, man. What the hell? Travel to the dry crossroads with Greyboar. It's not doing anything. There's nothing here except this weird light on the map. Which I think is us. I think we did that. There's nothing here. It's got to be a bug. Got to be a bug. Let's double check. Double check. What's the name of the quest? It is travel to the price of loyalty. Only Greyboar and the commander can come to this meeting place. Alright. So it's not bugged. Broken. Alright, let's switch out our characters then. Alright, find the assassin. Assassin.
Focus on the goal. Watch out for trouble.
Oh no, it's a succubus. It's our weakness. Someone's coming, it's one of ours. No, it's not. It's the commander. To arms. Let's see. Horzaha. This is the first time you've seen Horzaha in person. She looks at you in surprise, and you can sense her displeasure. What are you doing here? Oh, were you expecting someone else? Well then, you should have hired someone more competent than that pathetic fool that you don't stand a chance. You're right, I need service of professionals. If I don't kill this mortal, if you kill this mortal, I'll grant you a place in my guild. To the abyss with you. I keep my word. I thought we got along well. Why do you want me dead? His voice rises triumphantly. Father will see how wrong he was about me. He will reward me with his favor when I present him with your head. I'll be the greatest of Baphomet's daughters once more. And that half-mortal upstart Voresh will crawl on her knees before me. I'll rout enemies, I'll rout armies, and the Lady of Shadow. Then I'll cut down Daskari's lackeys and take my army, his army, for myself. And once I've done all that, it will be your turn in the Crusades, and I'll make you kneel before the Lord of Beast. Very brave of you to appear before me in person. I applaud your courage. I wanted to personally witness your demise. Do you think I am scared of you? Ah, you have no idea how powerful I am. Hep was nothing compared to me. And I know my father has freed me from those accursed seals. I am no longer bound. I am Baphomet's daughter, the strongest of his offspring. I will reclaim my rightful place, and now I will destroy you. Yaz, why are you here? Do you really want to kill me? It is not like he had any choice on the matter, she says triumphantly. This half-wit belongs to me, and so does his guild. After you killed Hep, Baphomet gave me back my power. I was restored to my rightful place. And Yaz, who once considered himself my master, became my property. He desperately tries to save face and forces a smile. I'm sorry, but the bounty on your head was just too tempting. I could not resist. You don't like whores? Why don't we kill her together? There's a flash of interest in Yaz's eyes, but it fades immediately as he looks at Horza regretfully and shakes his head. I never bet on the losing side. Greybor, what's our chances of survival? Like we need to ask Greybor. He's just some... The assassin they sent to kill you wasn't particularly competent, a mere amateur. I doubt Horza and her henchmen will prove much more impressive. We'll strangle them all like kittens, Commander. Horza's eyes burn with hatred as she glares at the dwarf and gnashes her teeth. You've lured the wrong person into your trap. These amateurs think too highly of themselves. It's time to see real professionals at work. Sweet dreams, everyone.
Let's make this quick.
Wrath of the Righteous, the game's namesake. And we will have...
I'll just have to resort to brute force.
Haha, stronger than Hep. My ass. Horza curls up on the ground in anguish and slams her fish down angrily. This isn't how it was supposed to end. Why? Why are you so damn strong, mortal? And you, Shorty, you foul little worm. You've ruined everything. Greybor smirks beneath his beard. Now why would you say such a horrible thing, Horza? Don't you know that words can cut as deep as a blade? What will you offer me in exchange for your demon life? Nothing. Once my father finds out about my failure, he'll take everything from me, even the guild. Our plan worked, Greybor. Greybor begins to fill his pipe. He gazes indifferently at the corpse piled up around him. Of course it did, Commander. Horza thought he could convince me to commit betrayal. But she forgot that treachery works both ways. Let's see, we can kill Horza. Or we can say get out of our sight. We are good, we are a demon, or we are an angel, and Horza is the daughter of Baphomet and did try to kill us. Let's say get out of my sight. I never want to see you again. We won't kill him. She wipes the blood from her face and mutters solely, even my father's favor isn't worth dealing with you again, mortal. You won't have any trouble from me again. Farewell. I think we're done here. One of these nights we should meet up at a tavern and celebrate, and drinks on me. Oh, we got a lot of stuff. We got some daggers, +2. Leather armor, +2. Daggers, +4. Leather armor, +4. We got a belt of incredible dexterity, +6. Vast intelligence, +2. Natural armor, +5. Ring of protection, +4. And a cloak of resistance. Alright. Let's get out of here. I can't deal with Greybor anymore. He's just too stupid. He's got to be one of the worst characters in the game. Without a doubt. He's just a terrible character. He really is. I don't think it's been 2 weeks yet. Yeah, it hasn't, so we can't recruit yet. Okay, we've got that done. What else do we have to get done? Settle the dispute with the Hell Knights. The final verdict. Because we went there and they just stared at us. They don't really give you a lot of information on that particular quest. Let's go back and finish up the Grave Ore quest. We went there, and there was nobody to talk to. We have so many things to do.
Is that the commander who entered the lair of assassins unafraid, wreaking havoc and personally murdering everyone in sight? Why, yes, I think it is him. Well, beer is on me today, just like I promised.
Can I expect more attempts on my life?
Of course, but he no longer has weapons like Horsala's Assassin's Guild at his command. And the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth are no match for them. I don't think you need to be wary of any more attacks.
Have you ever been tempted to betray me?
Well, maybe a little, perhaps. But I never violate the terms of my contracts. Justice, villainy, loyalty, treachery, all these words carry no meaning for me anymore. But my reputation, for that, I will put my life on the line.
You can say whatever you want, but I have faith in your noble heart. You have proven that you always keep your word, and your reputation is well deserved.
Did you ever have any doubts about me, Commander?
I doubt your usefulness. Thank you for remaining loyal to me.
It's not about loyalty. It's just business, and... But perhaps you are right about that. I like you. I rarely say that to people, and almost never to my employers. But here we are. I enjoy traveling with you. And I would have felt regret if you had died. Apparently our adventures together have made me overly sentimental.
Have you ever thought about what you're going to do when this is all over?
I'll remain a drifter and a killer. Nothing will change.
There's an undercurrent of sadness beneath his bravado. Have you ever thought about quitting the assassination business?
Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't.
Oh.
Have you ever noticed how I wish all my victims sweet dreams? It's a handy catchphrase that I've been using for many years. A farewell to someone I'm about to snuff out. I've been thinking about it a lot recently. Am I actually wishing myself sweet dreams? Preparing to go to my eternal rest every time I go into a fight? I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old. Anyway,
Getting old
fortune
sucks.
doesn't favor those who think too much about tomorrow instead of living in the present. Right now, I'm fighting the world wound under your command. As for what happens next, we'll just have to see.
Let's see. You could become more than a hired killer. You have a daughter. I think you should stop being a assassin and become a crusader instead. Let's see. You could become more than a hired killer.
I don't know. Perhaps I really could dedicate my life to something more important than doing dirty work for the rich.
Oh.
I've always known that one shouldn't talk to crusaders too much. Your idealism is contagious.
You have a daughter.
Yes, my little Mora. Do you think she would want to see me again after all these years? What would she think of me if I told her how I'd been earning my bread all this time? That I left her to do this kind of work? I'm afraid to hear the answers. I only hope that she will be able to forgive me if I ever get the chance to see her again.
Let's see. We can do good. After the war, I think you should retire and go find your family. Lawful. You should stop being an assassin and become a crusader instead. Evil. You were born to kill. Don't abandon your calling. Chaotic. You have a decision to make for yourself. Let's see. You should go back to your family, bro.
Maybe you are right. Every road eventually comes to an end, and I've been treading this path for quite a long time. Fine. Let us have one more go at defeating some indomitable evil. And then I'll go into retirement.
He smirks for a moment, but he cannot hide the sadness that creeps into his bravado of his words. Just know that I think highly of you.
Same goes for you. I never regretted getting involved with you. Even though the whole thing seemed like a utter failure at times.
I'm glad we had this talk.
You know, Commander. You know, I've always thought that I was a loner by nature. I don't like people. I don't give a damn about them. They don't give a damn about me. And that's how it's always been since I met you. But you are an exception to all the rules. It is completely wrong for a hired blade to have any kind of personal affection for a client. But I do. Whatever lies ahead, I will never regret going on that dragon hunting mission with you.
Greyboar's face is... We'll let him talk and then I'll read it.
Surprised to hear such words from an assassin, Commander.
Greyboar's face is bright red. He smooths down his beard and takes a long draw from his pipe. He gives a deep sigh and exhales a thick cloud of smoke. Finally, he regains his composure and continues in a more normal tone. Surprised to hear such words from an assassin, Commander. I have nothing else to say to you.
In that case, let this story become a good memory of how we cheated death itself.
Was that his story? Is that all of it? It was. So that's all his side story. I can now officially say Greyboar sucks! I hate his story, I hate his personality, I hate his character type, the Slayer, whatever he is. He's just, it's point click, it's pointless, he's just a terrible character, and I absolutely cannot stand him. I cannot stand Greyboar. I was hoping they would do something to turn him around, and they just don't. They never do. We did pick up a belt of dexterity plus 6. Let's, he's got strength and dex. Dex and con. Dex and con. Let's put the belt plus 6 on her. And she... Let's see. That... I think everybody's got a powerful amulet. We can put the belt of Dex and Con on Lan. That amulet on Warjiff. Dex +4. That on him. Strength and Con +4. Oh, we do have some better rings, right? Gloves of the Jackal. Completed. Claws of the Sacred Beast. These gloves give a 1d8 slashing damage to unarmed attacks. If the enemy is evil, it does 2d6 instead. These are better. Don't we have a dinosaur too? We must not have called him. Let's see, we have Mighty Fist +4. Cloak of Resistance +4. This is a Cloak of Resistance +5, and it gives a +12 competence bonus to Lore and Knowledge Arcana. Sounds like a robe that we wore. All right.
Keep your calm.
Oh, man, I did not sleep long enough. I'm super tired. My stomach's all growly. Oh, do we have 14 million? I know. Just 1 million. Wait. Don't we need to talk to Arusula? Where is she? Not there. It's time to visit her world of dreams again. Where is she? Maybe she's in the church and she's always standing outside it.
There are many roads to success.
There are like bedrooms back here, so maybe she's back here. Who's that? Nothing like going into a church and stealing their stuff. Let's rest and look for Arusula. I don't know where she is. Like, I don't know where she ran off to. She wants us to talk to her, but she's hiding somewhere. The Captain Hardiman. This is the dude that's half elemental. Commander, I'm glad to see you with us again. Unfortunately, I've returned to Wary, turning our soldiers against you. I'm afraid we're dealing with open mutiny. They're agitating the army and abandoning Dresden to march on Eyes, Her Majesty's aid. If we don't stop them, the outcome will be disastrous. Hey, did he just tell me where the Queen was? We were looking for her. I don't believe it will be hard to convince them that their plan is pure madness. Gather loyal officers and send them to speak with the soldiers. Mutineers must be suppressed severely. Behind every rebellious leader, there's an angry second in command who dreams of a promotion. Alright, we have, they gain the charismatic feat. At the start of all battles, all units will gain a plus 15 bonus to combat morale. If we follow his advice, we get a +3 combat morale when damaged. If we follow Darren's advice, we get, at the start of battle, all enemies suffer a -15 penalty to combat morale. If we do the captain's way, we lose morale. I'll do this my way. We'll surround the forces, cut off their supply routes, and maintain a blockade until they give in. A test of strength. All units gain a +1 combat morale each turn. We'll reach out and appeal to their conscience. We'll use Sela. Alright. So she's not actually up here with us. So where the heck is she? Is she in the inn? Trying to sleep?
I will guide.
Alright, we have to look it up. I have no idea where she is. We have to look it up. I don't know where she's at. What do you dream of? She's in the tavern. So she wanted to go to a place. It's obvious why I'm not finding her. She specifically told us you just can't take their words, man. She wanted to go to a place to be alone so that we could enter her dream again. She gave a emphasis on this point. And instead she goes to the freaking tavern? How is that alone at all? We're not alone until we go into her dream. Ursula looks at you and smiles sadly without saying a word. Let's go into your dream. Let's do it. I can't wait to finally solve this riddle. Oh, but there's... She glimpses at the concern. Appears on the succubus's eager face. My nightmare. It's still there. Usually he doesn't show up at all, but I think he will attack us if we start altering the nature of my dream. Better be ready for battle. Then I must get ready for battle. Yeah. If we have to get ready for battle, turn on our sword and buff. You know, every time we turn on that sword, we bust out with blood. Like blood just squirts out of us. wonder if it gave us back our scrolls that it kept stealing from us. Every time we made a scroll or we bought one, it just vanished right away. And that was the legendary proportions. Anytime we take one of those scrolls, no matter if we buy it, no matter what we do, it instantly takes it away. And yeah, it didn't give it back. Let's talk to her. I am ready. Arusula's dream seems to be even darker and emptier than before. The smell of smoke and ash lingers in the cold air. You can see the nightmare. You can't see the nightmare, but you can feel it watching you in the dark. The succubus approaches the table and reluctantly, as if approaching a holy altar, then she hesitates. When Desna asked me, "What do you dream of?" I didn't know anything about my dreams. I had been trying to imitate mortals, but I never really understood what I was doing. I filled my dreams with so many things, but now I understand why they all burned so easily. They were not real dreams, but how should I put this? Mortals don't actually dream about objects. They dream about ideas. Filling my dreams with those items was like stealing people's road signs from its stake. And then claiming that it was entirely... Then claiming I had an entire town in my hands. Avina isn't really dreaming about a loaf of bread. Her dream is about her whole new life. A new life where there is no war. A life where she lives in her own house and bakes her own bread for her beloved. I am sure that if I asked anyone about the things they store here, they would tell me why those things are in their dream worlds, the worlds they find happiness in. Did Avina's words give you any ideas about how to find your own dream? I still don't understand the significance of the table. If you want, I can try to help you understand your dreams. They did. Almost, maybe. I hope so. We'll find out soon enough. This table didn't burn because it is part of my true dream. Part of a world where I am happy. Now I just need to find out what that world looks like. She closes her eyes. The world my dreams is so close I can almost see it. Almost. A teapot. Arusula whispers quietly and barely hear her words, but as she speaks, the world changes and you smell the smoke of ash replaced by the fragrant aroma of freshly brewed tea. Teacups are full and steam is rising from them. There's a spot of spilled jam, cookie crumbs. I must bake cookies. Nightmare spawn, planning to drink some tea. A voice hissing in bitter hatred is heard from the darkness. You used to drink souls before. How many living souls did you kill, you fiend? How many did you torture to death? You don't deserve a life like this. I've done many terrible things. Arusula's voice is quiet but firm. I've ruined many lives, and I've been paying for that as long as I live. I will fight until we close the world wound, and even after that, as long as there's evil and Glorian, but I will not give up on my dream. Whatever it is, without it, I won't have the strength to fight. I'll make you pay with your life.
Time to practice my combat abilities.
Oh, man. Arusula stops and catches her breath. These nightmares will never leave me alone. I know that I deserve them, but it is hard to fight them off over and over again. Are you feeling alright? Let's see. You cannot have dreams without nightmares. They are the price you pay for your humanity. Lawful. But there's truth in your nightmares. Are you feeling alright? I am, I guess. As much as I can be in the current situation. Let's continue. She closes her eyes again. Surrounding the table, I see a house, a large, spacious kitchen, rays of sunlight coming through the windows, and branches of an apple tree swaying outside. Nightmare spawn. You have a house of your own, my venomous butterfly. Mikio's charred, ghostly face twists with hatred. You deprived me of my home twice. First you took me from Elysium, then I found myself a new refuge in the abyss, only for you to come and destroy that too, and now you dare dream of a house of your own? I have wronged you badly and I feel guilty. I am not trying to make excuses. There is nothing I could say that would excuse what I have done, but you are dead, Demetrio. I will never forget you, but I will not let you take my life. You don't have the right to live.
The time for words has passed.
Arusula looks pale and wipes off sweat and tear from her face. You are close to finding your dream. You are almost there. Does this nightmare haunt you all the time? Are you sure you want to continue? You're close to finding your dream. You're almost there. Yes, I want to see it through to the end. A kitchen, a teapot on a table, and who is sitting at the table? Look, that's me. A kitchen, a teapot on the table, and who's sitting on the table? Let's see. Look, that's you. You and me. We're chatting, laughing. You're holding my hand with such tender affection. So this dream, all this time, my dream has been about you, about a house we could call our own, about friendship, no, about love, and maybe even family. Family, this is the word mortals use to describe the people who fill them with happiness, the people they love and can't live without. You can't be happy, you scum. You don't deserve happiness. I will be happy. Do whatever you want to me, but my dreams are mine forever.
Time to practice my combat ability.
I don't know why they're all vanishing the minute we hit one. I don't know. Like, it's not that we have the difficulty turned low. It's on normal. So I have no idea why they're all dying instantly.
I just want to live here. In the world of mortals. With you. I have solved the goddess's riddle. This is my true dream. I love you. Will you be with me? Will you share my dream?
What's going on? What's happening to you? How do you feel? Let's see. What's happening to her? Let's find out. Arusula's slender body is bathed in kaleidoscope of colors. And for a moment, she is completely surrounded by hundreds of fluttering butterflies. She stares at you with shining eyes. How do you feel? A home together. I would fight an eternity in the abyss to make that dream come true. I don't know if we'll ever have a home of our own, but wherever we wind up, in a castle or in a leaky tent, we'll be together. Let's see. I would fight an eternity in the abyss to make that dream come true.
We will never be afraid again. Let the abyss be afraid. It fears and loathes everything it fails to understand. I know how demons think. They'll do everything they can to destroy us, because now they are more afraid of us than anything else in the world.
What's going on? What's happening with you? We could kiss her, but let's do this first, because I think that's going to end the story.
Freedom. Finally, after all these years, I can feel it. The abyss has released me from its clutches. I have solved Desna's riddle, and have found my dream. I have found you. I am not a monster anymore.
How do you feel?
I've never felt better. Everything that I hated about myself is gone. I look at you and I don't feel hunger. I don't want to kill. All the unholy cravings I experienced as a demon, they're all gone. Now I just want to be happy, to live and to love.
So your touch no longer drains life from others?
No, I am not a monster anymore. Not a predator, not a weapon. Just a woman, like any other female mortal.
The Arusula looks down at her slender fingers. Slowly, apprehensively, she reaches up and touches you. You feel the warmth of her skin as she gently strokes your hand. Kiss her. Kiss her! Since we're supersized, it doesn't look right. Her lips tremble slightly, but she returns the kiss eagerly. She is being careful, gentle, trying not to hurt you. However, once she realizes that you remain unharmed, her timidity gives way to her desire. The former succubus has long shown incredible restraint, suppressing her passions for years, but now her lips meet yours, and she holds nothing back.
This is our happiness, our dream, an Elysium of our own.
The scent of flowers hangs heavy in the air. The jubilant melodies fill your ears. Arusula kisses you again and again and whispers. The dream world fades, but Arusula is still in your arms. The kiss you shared in her dream now continues in reality. She presses up against you, and you can feel the heat of her body beneath your clothes. Do you want more? Touch her shoulder. Now you can do whatever you want. Take her to our private study. Man, I wish we could save it and try all these choices.
I want everything. Everything I've never known before. Everything I've been waiting to experience for so long.
Alright, let's go to our private study then.
Yes. Let's go.
Fade to black. Woo! We finally got our succubus. Oh, we got an achievement too. The Flame. As soon as the door closes in the study, the two of you fall into each other's arms. At the time ceased to exist, you explore every inch of her skin. Her body, once an instrument of torture and murder, has become a vessel of overflowing tenderness and joy. When she reaches the peak of pleasure, you smell fragrance of flowers from her dream. She moans in delight, and the room becomes a garden filled with wondrous plants of the Elysium.
As a succubus, well, I've done plenty of things in my lifetime. But what we just did was unlike anything I have ever experienced. It was the first time I've ever felt love and tenderness. I was so worried that my dream world was the only place I would find redemption. I was afraid that when I returned to reality, I would be a bloodthirsty monster again. But you taught me to see the difference between dreams and reality. The difference between thoughts and deeds. You showed me the importance of the real world. When I took the first steps on this path to redemption, I spent so much time living inside my own head. But you changed that. You introduced me to the mortal world. You made me a part of your life. And together, we have accomplished so many amazing things.
See, really, what did I do when we are together? What does it feel like? These flowers, what are they? I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you. Let's see. Really, what did I do?
So many things. There are too many to name. For instance...
She thinks for a moment.
Do you remember Aurilu's lab? The demon got into my head and revealed my horrible thoughts and unholy desires to everyone. Anyone else would have sent me away right then, but you taught me that I shouldn't confuse desires with deeds. It was my actions, not my thoughts, that mattered. My desires did not warrant punishment from myself or anyone else. What happened in Winter Sun truly terrified me. For a while, I stopped believing that my own life was real. An entire village built their life on lies. What if I had done the same? But you dispelled all my doubts. You convinced me that I was real and that my world was real too. You taught me to trust myself, to trust reality again. I was so afraid of returning to the 10,000 Delights. I knew that I was bound to meet some of my old acquaintances there, but you protected me from them. You didn't let them knock me off balance. You see now? If it hadn't been for you, I would still be lost in my fears, illusions, and doubts.
When we are together, what does it feel like?
Feels like freedom. Impossible, indescribable freedom. I can give myself fully to you, and I'm not afraid that you'll hurt me. When I reach for you, I know my touch will bring you happiness. If the demons could feel what I feel with you, even for a moment, they wouldn't want to be controlled by anger and selfishness for another second. They think they have achieved true freedom, but they don't know what true freedom means.
What are these flowers?
They're the flowers of Elysium. But how did they get here? Perhaps it's a gift from the goddess. Or perhaps our happiness summoned them into our world. All I know is that it's a miracle. I can't explain how these flowers appeared, but I believe that they're a good omen. A sign of new life.
I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with you.
I know, I feel the same. But the real world is waiting for us. So big, and yet so fragile. We'll save it. Together. And then we'll come back here. To a place as real as our happiness. We'll return to our very own Elysium.
But we can stay together a little longer, can't we? Arusula says nothing but leans in and kisses you. Another fade to black. Woot! Alright, so now I have permanent flowers in my room, maybe? And we finally got, we got our succubus. Was that her whole story? It was. That was her whole story. I like Arusula. She is a very good person. She's got a naivete that I like a lot. Just enough innocence and naivety to make her attractive and fun to play. I liked this character quite a bit. Her story was pretty good. I don't have any complaints about her story. The voice actor was really great. And the story, like I said, was pretty good. The redemption of a demon works right into the path that we were walking. So it's fun. It was fun. Let's do our next quest. We also have to go back to Winter Sun and kill that specter a few more times. So we can do that now, actually. Because we have to kill the specter, and then he gives us a quest. And we've kind of been... I think we've killed him 2 or 3 times. And you have to kill him like 7 times. And then he's like, I want to talk to you. So I don't know how you're supposed to find that out. And we were so weak that he was really starting to get powerful. And it was getting pretty difficult to fight him. But that shouldn't be the case now.
Never stop learning.
Rely on me. Ona Arayapona Arayana Aparane Sentes Amaranda Grati Ona Arayana Ilimosi Travis Magritium Turinos Ilimosi Travis Amaranda Gratio Ilimosi
Open your heart to me.
You know what we're not using that we need to use? We're not using spell resistance, and we need to use that.
Please, allow me.
You're my favorite aid. Very good person. I like you. Well, I'm always open to ideas.
Alright, let's go!
Focus on the goal.
I have no idea where he is. But he shows up because we stole his thing.
Watch out for trouble.
Alright, so he's not here. He's here somewhere. And we already know... There he is.
I'll cut you wide open. Mysteries can wait till tomorrow.
Alright, we gotta find him a couple more times.
I refuse to accept their
There
statement.
he is.
The inheritor.
Makes me jump every time he appears. The volume's like... Bam! Couple more times.
Keep your calm.
Keep your calm.
There are many roads to success. I will guide.
I guess we can try up here. Maybe he's up here somewhere. It's a very frustrating quest.
Focus on the goal.
Wow, my phone is just blowing up. What the heck is going on? All right. 7 messages. 7 messages in 5 minutes. What is going on? Okay. Let me take a break for a second and see why there's emergency or something. Something's up. I'll be right back. Alright, so believe it or not, it wasn't anything important. It was one of those spam things where they're like, oh, you know, we have new home insurance for you and blah, blah, blah. And they actually, like, spammed me 3 times in a row. So I don't know what the deal is, but
Watch out for
very
trouble.
frustrating. Alright, Ghost, where are you? He is here somewhere. Like I said, you fight him a couple of times, and then
You're calm.
you, you fight him a couple of times, and then you, you get a mission from him. So, I just don't know where he is. Like, he moves locations, and it's intended to make it so that you run into him while you're doing this quest, but
There
he's
are many roads to
so
success.
powerful when you're first coming through Winter Sun. We just skipped right over it because I didn't even know it was a quest at the time. Did we go up into this area? Yes, we can. Maybe he's up here in the smoke.
Save the last one.
You see the way that deer looked at me? Had it coming. What that deer was thinking. It just like stopped the camera. As if something happened, but nothing happened.
You require my unbiased opinion?
I really don't think he's in the cave. So, he's not here. I wonder how many people just skip this damn quest.
Focus on the goal.
Alright, so we checked that all through here. I guess we can head over to the cave. I don't think we need to go in it. We can head down here. If we get in a fight, I assume it's just gonna like pause it like it always does, so. Let's crisscross back here. We'll crisscross over here. Up here. Nothing. Let's go back to his grave then. I guess. We'll see if he's there. Right? because I don't know where he is. Where was his grave? Was it down here? Yeah.
There are many roads to success.
He's not at his grave. Guess we can check the cave. I can't imagine that he would show up in the cave, but their own. Go this way. If he's here, he's just gonna pop up, so we'll just run while Nino and them circle. Yeah, I didn't think he would be in the cave, but
I will prove my worth.
Anything
I'm
there?
seriously, I'm at a loss for where he is. Yep, nope, not in the cave. Very frustrating. I guess we can look it up. Save some time. We've done our running around. We've done our due diligence. Yeah, we'll look it up. I don't know how many times we fought him, but all right, so not a very good map, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I found 5 of them. Oh, 6. It's up there. Okay. Pretty sure we've already hit these areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. All right, all right. Let's try this area, because he was supposed to be up here.
Time to practice my combat abilities.
There's the quest. All right, the ghost beckons you to move forward. The ghost beckons you to move toward the burial site where you first encountered it. You have overpowered me 7 times, and you are worthy of carrying my whip. I will not trouble you again. You gain 700 experience points. His whip is trash. I don't know who would carry it in the first place. Do we even still have the damn thing? Yeah. When this item is active, all creatures summoned by the wearer gain 1 extra attack per round. Oh, it changed, right? However, no, it didn't change. However, when the wearer uses this, they are under the slow effect. Like, that slow effect is the reverse of haste, which means it is death incarnate. Alright. We took care of that. We have the core riddles, but we don't need to do them until later. Let's do Baphomet's Shrine. Prison home. Can we go there? We can. Okay, we'll rest. It's fine.
I say, Nenio, why do you speak to me so rarely? I could tell you much that would interest you. We could be friends.
Your intellect is lower than the intellect of the average citizen, rich girl. Your knowledge and views are of no interest to the world.
Ah, damn. He was just like, burn. I see them. Look, there they are. A demon and Oil is there, too, standing right in front of him. She doesn't seem scared at all. Bring them to me. Lord Baphomet will be pleased, especially after he sees the blood of his apostates. Yes, almighty Freshguard. Do you really think you could just walk away from the cult? You belong to us forever. No one will save you. Not the gods, not people, not even your weak little preacher. They're quarreling again. Why do some good people understand things when they're explained, but others don't? Let's go over there, Redfern. Hurry. The redeemed knights can't hold out for long. They need our help. And these stupid Templars, how can I make them see that they are wrong? You still hope to persuade the Templars to repent? Everyone who could change their minds have already done so. Alright. You still hope to make them repent. Maybe not. It seems some good people just don't understand good words. Sparks flicker in the girl's eyes as small flames dance on the tips of her fingers. You can't but shudder when you realize that how formidable this little fragile elven girl suddenly has become. Forward, slaves of Baphomet, prove to your master that you are worthy to serve him. Hold on, redeem. Don't take a single step back. We have no right to lose this battle. Ember taught us to win despite fear and despair. And this situation is scary and desperate beyond belief, right? That means it's time to win. Don't give up, we're on our way.
Huh? Oh, yes, what?
You pathetic ones, run as fast as you can. Save yourselves while you are still able to. Baphomet will not save you. They say that righteous ends with patience, yet you have managed to anger her. Better run now.
Defend my dream.
While everybody attacks, we'll turn on our sword. Lunchtime. It's time to dine on mortal flesh. Oh, hello. She waves with a carefree smile. I remember you. We met in the Purple City. She looks at the demon's frail-looking creature whose horns have been broken off. How are your wounds? Are you all healed up? It's the lunatic. Remember that crazy girl who preached to us? Yeah, it's her. All right. You know what? Go ahead and slit my throat. Eat me, do whatever. I'm not going to hurt her. Let's see. Join our side. Let's put an end to this war together. Peace with demons, never. Say nothing. That's right, demons. Mortals can be friends. The warrior's face reflects the inner struggle and deep breath. She finds enough strength to smile at the monsters. That's true. Reject evil and we'll accept you as our friends. Look at me. I'm a succubus, but I have managed to save myself from the corruption of the abyss. You can do it too. He's right, you know. What is the point of this never-ending slaughter? Keep fighting the whole world if you want, but I'm done. Screw this invasion. Screw the world wound. Screw Baphomet twice over. Are you crazy? I'm gonna make you wish you never said that. Go on then, kill me. Life in the abyss is no life at all. The girl was right. Better to live 5 minutes among mortals than return there with you scum. Peace with mortals, down with Baphomet. Friends, thank you. We won't let anyone hurt you. Thank you, little preacher, for opening our eyes. Well, who wants to be the first to attack the Demon Crusader? Let's go! Alright, let's keep going. Oh, were we going the wrong way? That's enough. The elf fearsome shout echoes across the battlefield. All present crusaders, templars, even demons, lower your weapons. Lower their weapons and turn in surprise. Enough of this nonsense. I have talked about the goddess for so long, over and over. I told you that all mortals should help each other. They have believed me. Some have received my words, passed on to them. And that was enough to open their eyes. But you, he points to the Templars with her charred finger, you are blind and deaf to good words. Some people do not understand good words. I did not want to believe it, but the commander was right. Some people will not change their ways unless they are punished. Hot waves of wind ruffle the preacher's hair. I am sorry I have to do this, but if you had only listened to me before. Templar, forgive us, girl, forgive us. We didn't know what we were doing. Don't listen to this mortal fool. Bring me her head. We don't have to fight. Repent and come to our side. Leave, demon, you've lost. You're done for, demon. Today you will die at the hands of a mortal. We don't have to fight. Krasgard, don't be ridiculous. Come on. Does everyone need me to repeat my orders? I'll devour the soul of anyone who dares to raise a weapon against me. And I will start with you traitors. I will no longer serve you. Curse you and your Baphomet. Down with Baphomet. Down with the Templars. If we die today, we die as Crusaders. I will devour the bodies and the souls. And I will start with this little piece of fluff. With a pale flare glare at Ember, the demon raises his hands and a ball of ghostly flames starts to form between them. Oh shit, it's Nock. Nock showed up. Wow. Wow. Get your paws off her, you scaly filth. Emerging out of nowhere, Nock moves her finger and the demon starts writhing in pain. She glances around the battlefield with interest. So what do we have here? The preaching of a barefoot little beggar stops the battle, makes sinners repent, turns demons to the side of good. How interesting. I confess, girl, your words failed to impress me in Elysium, but your deeds are intriguing. The demon lord glances at the redeemed demons. Hey, you rebels, what does this mean? Do you fear this tiny little mortal more than you fear Baphomet and Iskari and all other demons of the abyss who will be displeased by your betrayal? No, Lady of Shadow, the demon's voice is quiet but firm. We are not afraid of her or them. We are no longer afraid of anything. We have been afraid our whole lives, but this mortal girl has healed our fear. Kill us if you want, but we no longer follow anyone's orders. Nock looks at you thoughtfully. It is not often I come across things I do not understand. Would you be so kind as to explain what this girl thinks she is doing? Let's see. Yeah, I swear, frickin' Ember is like mythic, man. She's for real. Like, our power is stolen and created, but Ember's just this little elf girl that's like seriously influencing the behavior of frickin' demon lords. She has already explained everything to you. Remember what she said the last time you met? She is as much a mystery to me as she is to you. The demoness will never understand the righteous person. She helps destroy the enemies. The rest does not interest me. See, she already explained everything to you. I recall a great detail of her crying and sniveling with incoherent ramblings between sobs. What exactly was that supposed to explain to me? You there, child. What is that supposed to mean? How did you make these hardened scoundrels and blasphemers, murderers, and blood dripping from their hands repent? What makes a demon who scarcely crawled out of the abyss take your side? The Redeemer Queen. Hello, thank you for protecting me. Amber smiles and waves her hand at Nock, who recoils. Why are you asking? You already know the answer. You are just afraid to accept it. Don't be afraid. What nonsense. Don't you dare call me by that idiotic nickname. Second, I am not afraid. Third, please do not think of me as your personal bodyguard from now on. The only reason I didn't allow him to burn you was because I wanted to understand what was going on here, and interrogating a pile of ashes would have been a trifle inconvenient. You don't seriously think your sickly sweet whining would make me relinquish my demon lord throne, do you? You already know the answer, Redeemer Queen. I see you not the same as you were in the Purple City. You have changed. In the name of all that is unholy, the demoness rolls her eyes. What was I thinking? What kind of answer could I expect from this feeble-minded creature? Let's see. Nock, why did you come here? How did you know what was going on here? So that is the new title, the Redeemer Queen. Since you're already here, perhaps you could help us with this battle. Let's see. Nock, why did you come here? I ask myself the same question. I think I wanted to know the answer why hardened murderers and bloodthirsty demons suddenly started eating out of this insane beggar's hand. But what is the use of trying to understand the ravings of a lunatic? The only reward for my curiosity is a headache. How did you know what was going on here? I have eyes everywhere, and I keep a close watch on you and your gang. I knew it. You sent your friends here to look after me and keep me from harm. I had a feeling that you were protecting me. Protecting you? Who do you think you are, you mortal idiot? If you want, go ahead and jump off this cliff head first. I won't lift a finger to save you. But you already have saved me just now. For the first and the last time in your short, meaningless little life. That's the new title, the Redeemer Queen. The next person who calls me that risks being acquainted with a collection of torture implements. Since you're already here, want to help with the battle? As if, do your own fighting. Gives a contemptuous snort and disappears. Amber happily claps. Good queen. She pretends not to understand, but she understands everything. The girl's laughter is interrupted by the growl of a demon who finally has recovered. Looks like everyone's brains have been melted. Doesn't matter. I alone am strong enough to devour you all. Glory to Baphomet, death to the mortals.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
Murder! Murder everyone! Ooh. Ooh, we died. We died. We are not supposed to die. But we're not dead yet, so we don't have to raise dead. We can do a mass heal, but nobody else has taken any real damage.
It all worked out so strangely. We've killed many people. We've saved many people. These knights came here to kill each other, but instead, they became friends.
My lighter ran out of fluid.
Sorry I had to punish them. I didn't want anyone to be good only because they feared punishment. And I don't want people to be afraid of me. But what else could I do if they wouldn't listen to me and kept fighting and everyone would die? Turns out, punishment saved them. You told me it was true, and I didn't believe you, but you were right. And those demons. Back in the Purple City, they laughed at my words, but I saw they were listening. I believed they would one day remember my words and understand them. And it happened. If humans can stop being evil, so can demons. Even demon lords like the Redeemer Queen.
The Redeemer Queen. So you think Nock is now on a good path?
Of course. She is very proud. She'd never say it out loud. But I see that she has changed. You know, I pray to the demon lords every day and ask them to come to their senses. Daskari and Baphomet don't listen to me, but she's different. I know she hears everything. Maybe one day, not soon, but one day, she will get out of the abyss.
What will happen with the Redeemer Brotherhood next?
Their numbers will increase. They will be joined by new people who have mended their ways. Good people who still think they have been abandoned and have no choice but to be evil. They'll help each other get out of the abyss, and they'll defeat those who have chosen to stay there. The Redeemed Knights want me to go with them, to teach and guide them. But I can't. I frightened these good people. I did it because I had to, but now they're scared of me. And I don't want anyone to be afraid of me. I know that sometimes fear can save someone's soul, but if I get used to frightening people, it will kill my soul. I need to stay away from them.
What kind of fire spell did you use there?
This trick? Soot told me about it, but I didn't want to use it. It's scary. Even I'm scared when I do it. I'm sorry I had to. But if I hadn't scared those good people, we would have had to kill them all, wouldn't we? If people weren't so silly, we could have just talked to them. But they are very, very silly. So sometimes we have to do scary things.
Well, another battle is behind us. It is time to prepare for the ones ahead.
Wait, what do you think? About me? About these knights? About everything that's happened?
Let's see. They are right to call you the Saint. They are right to call you Saint Ember, Ember of the Righteous.
Now you're saying that too. But I know I'm entirely ordinary. You've taught me a lot of things. Sometimes you were stern, but that's a good thing. Because you were right and I was wrong. Now I also know how to be stern when it's needed. Thank you.
All right. Was that the end of her story? Let's check. It was. So, feelings about Ember. Ember is super powerful. She is super, super powerful. If you can get the mythic feats, Ascended Flame and stuff like that, she's just a DPS machine. Just the way she's designed, the healing, she's consistent through the entire game as just a powerhouse and a healer. She's absolutely fantastic, and I really liked her character a lot. Her voice actor is good. I did not like that Ember is childish or childlike. I don't do the whole child thing. I don't like to be around children. I don't do well around children. And I just, their naivety and stuff like that is just it's just too much for me. But Ember was cool. I like Ember. I saw some stuff the other day where people were saying that they would want to romance Ember, but she is a kid. Without a doubt, she is a kid. She is probably 15 to 17, I would think, 18 at the most. And so, yeah, no. Her story was okay. The whole Saint Ember, she is definitely as powerful as the main character if you took away his mythics. She's probably even more influential than he is. I mean, she had a demon lord come and save her. So, I mean, she's definitely influential. She's probably the second strongest character that we've met who can influence others. And she does it with nothing but her voice. So it's really impressive. I liked her. I liked the voice actor. I liked the character. Wasn't a fan of her being a kid, but I liked her. We never did make it all the way up to the shrine. Oh yeah, we did. I guess the whole fight took place in front of the shrine. Alright.
Focus on the goal.
Let's go to the Sakura Mines. Let's check our crusade. It has been a few days. See, the fate of this pin. We can make a helmet or we can make a ring. Let's make a ring. Our helmets are pretty important. Actually, our rings are pretty important. Let's make a ring. The Hand of Retribution. The followers of the goddess Manani arrived in Dresden, secretly committed murder. His victim was Officer Galt, who had run the revolution. Let's see. Add 6,500 diplomacy. Add 9,000 leadership. Accuse Galt and demand recompense. And this will give us 7,000 diplomacy and 300 material. Our diplomacy is maxed. We need logic, we need leadership, and we need military. But we do not need diplomacy. Catch the murderer. Still can't recruit people. Alright, let's go to the Dura mines. A random encounter. It's the merchant. We don't need to talk to him. We have an army moving. He came from this way. So I don't know how. Unavailable. We will eventually figure out how to use this call to arms. The angel's waiting to speak with us. The world, the wounded dragon. During an exploration into the catacombs of an ancient temple, soldiers came across a heavily wounded dragon. Someone has been putting the poor creature through agonizing torture for years, driving it mad. The officers aren't certain what to do with it. End the dragon's suffering, 9,000 leadership. Kill the dragon, 100 energy. Send the healers to the dragon. Add 7,500 finance points. We don't need finance. We don't need energy. And we don't have the option to whatever these are. The Path of the Dragon, which was probably to keep it. And the option of Wandalog, which is probably to enslave it. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but that's probably what they are. Let's end its suffering and get the leadership. Alright, let's switch back to our dude. Keep going to the old Socorro mines. We need to rest, I think. And we're not able to. Let's just step out and sleep before we go in there and buff. I have no idea what to expect. It could just be a random dude.
Nenio, don't you fear death?
I fear nothing, for fear is the enemy of experimentation. But everyone in the world should fear my death. Coming to terms with such a loss will be arduous indeed.
I see dead bodies. But they were here last time, right? This was a nasty area.
I'm up for an adventure.
There was no fighting when the last time we came here.
I'm always open to ideas.
We won't buff just yet. We will look around. There was no fighting the last time we came here, so there might not be any fighting this time.
Watch out for trouble.
Massive doors carved into the rock and resist every attempt to open it.
Keep your calm.
Frustrated.
There are many roads to success.
What am I supposed to do here? The mine. Right, so we're here looking for this dude. That's what we're doing. A refuge from the present.
I will guide.
We're here looking for this dude. And he is not here, dude. Like, I don't see him anywhere.
Focus on the goal.
I imagine he's gone inside this door, but I don't know how to get in there. That is the problem with Act 5, is puzzles. And everybody that watches me should know how much I hate puzzles. I hate them. I hate them a lot. I have no qualms about looking up answers for puzzles. Especially here in Act 5, the puzzles are insane, and they just keep coming. If you look at Nino's, in particular, her quest is just ridiculous. It is ridiculous. So, let's look it up. Mineshaft 14. See what we're missing here. Nope, it doesn't want to be looked up that way. A refuge from the present. Let's see, this quest is stopped. You talk to the captain and loot a dead soldier for a key, and then get a new key, a new quest after that. Yeah, but we can't find the captain.
Keep your calm.
We already found the corpse here.
There are many roads to success.
The struggles never cease.
You are my favorite aide.
Have you played this before? He shows up by the door at a later time with dead soldiers by him. Oh, really? That's very cool. I didn't know you played this. Did you beat it? Full legend. Very cool. We went with the mythic angel and to make our holy sword last 24 hours was kind of the goal. Let's see. So since we have that done, what's the next closest thing we can do? I have a offline game where I play on core difficulty. This is just on normal for the story mode. I think it's funny that we both chose Good Aligned as ASMR Angel Path for our first runs, though I played as an Inquisitor. Yeah, they're pretty powerful, and playing evil is fun, but it's hard, right? Because you need to know how the game. I think the Angel was the way the game was meant to be played, and then the other paths are there for fun. And you need to kind of see how the game was meant to be played before you go through and destroy everything. We could do... We can do that. Dragon burial. Wait, what's that? Let's rest. Oh, sorry, my mod is stupid crazy. 1 sec. Sorry, Tyler. It's not you. It's my mod. I haven't been able to set up the mod correctly yet. It's saying that it was for a long message, which is fine. I need to turn that off. I need to turn it off. I will go through and edit the mod after the stream so that that doesn't happen, because it's just it's just caused me nothing but headaches since I did this mod. Paragraph protection off, symbol protection. All right, it should work fine now. Again, I'm sorry about that. It's caused me nothing but headaches. Nothing.
I need to concentrate.
Let's do our buffs. Everything will last 24 hours, so. Might as well get them out of the way. And then we have everything from this point lower is quickened. I know buffing is boring. Almost done. See, to be fair, I think sticking with your mythic path might be better than to change it to legend, because all the legend does is get rid of the buffs from chosen paths and level like crazy. I went from 18 to 35. Yeah, the max level for legend is 40. I think Imode the goddess wants you to give up your power. And I was just like, right away, we established some roleplay concepts for this character when we first started to play it. Hold on and I'll show you. So when we first started this character, we wanted to create an old guy that had life kind of forced on him, right? So like he didn't make any choices for himself. That just kept happening. So we chose Oracle because Oracles, they are clerics, except they didn't choose to be a cleric. They don't devote themselves to a god. They don't devote themselves in order to get spells. They don't pray. It's just forced on an Oracle. And you have to take a curse when you play an Oracle. So we took Lame and figured that he was, he's old, so he's kind of grouchy and he's lawful good because he's just kind of like set in his ways. And so he walks slow and then, he's kind of hardcore, battle oriented and stuff like that. And then we went with Asimar because, again, we were going to follow the angel path and we figured, he didn't choose to be an angel, it just kind of fell into his lap and he was already an Asimar and stuff like that. So we went with the Asimar angel and combined our spells so that our spell level is just nuts. Our caster level is 26 right now. So what that means is that if I take this spell, right? Or no, let's do a different one. Let's do this spell. 1 round per level, right? And if I use extend on this spell, it'll last 24 hours a day. And that's because we took the greater enduring. And the reason we took that is for the Sword of Heaven, so that we could just keep buffing the Sword of Heaven constantly. So that it's on 24 hours a day and just constantly doing massive damage. And then for our roleplay kicks, we decided right away that our character would have a weakness for succubus. And of course that meant we had to follow the romantic path for Arusula. And we walked into the abyss and I had no idea how many succubus would be in the abyss. And we got burned by every one of them. Every one of the succubus in the abyss burned us. But we decided at the beginning that we were going to be weak to succubus, so that's what we did. And then when the, oh, shit. You can't keep the alarm bell silenced forever, Pathfinder. When it rings, the fury of the metallic dragons will descend upon you. They will protect the sacred child. I don't need to silence the bell. I'm going to destroy it. But you won't live long enough to witness the destruction. Stop him, stop him. The silver dragon tries to raise, but it's too weak. He is a priest of Ahak. He wants to take the child and... Wow. Really? Why can't they just use names like he wants to take the child? I am Harold. You know what I mean? They have to come up with these weird-ass names. Like, what is this? Hakaraka something? I don't know. The protector of the cave, I beseech you, help me vanquish him. Protect the child. The black dragon turns slowly in your direction. There you are, Commander. Right on time. We need to finish off this worm before more appear. What child? Who are you talking about? The greatest treasure of dragonkind. Yeah? Yeah, that's a name. We'll call him Gax. We'll call him Gax. G-A-X. Gax. The greatest treasure of all time. Gax. Yeah, she's super hot. She's super hot. I like her. I would go, to be honest though, I would go for Nock in a heartbeat. But yeah, Nock's a little crazy. And you can't romance her. But if you could, you know what I mean? I'd go for Nock. Nock hates my character though. He has been asleep in an egg for centuries, waiting to usher in a new era of dragonkind. Look at the bones scattered around you. These are the remains of those who fought for the right to keep the sacred child. And today the metallic dragons will lose their right. The chromatic dragons will be the new guardians of this divine offspring. Lathamus, you're a dragon. Did you enjoy our little charade? I know how warm bloods feel about black dragons. I can imagine the kind of reception I would have received if I appeared before you in my true form, but I did not lie to you about my work. I wish to change the future of our kind. Metallic dragons are hiding away something that is rightfully belongs to all dragons, and I am here to retrieve it. You have come to seize the child, to take him a monster, make him a monster. Just like your master, Dahak. Do you think you can disguise your true intentions with all this talk of fairness? Your soul is rotten to the core. Mass. Hevelamas. I have some questions. I will answer. Do not listen to him. I will tell you the truth. The truth is that you are nothing more than a pawn. Goal. Hakol. Do you do what you are told and play your role dutifully, but you know nothing? Remind me why this child is so important. Why does he do this? Why does he do this? Like, seriously, it does not matter what is going on. Your character has to be the most dense person in existence, right? A demon or a person will spend 5 minutes explaining every single thing about their plot, their plans, their goals, and then your character, without a doubt, will say, I don't understand what's going on. And you're just like, what the hell, man? What the hell? The child is the subject of an ancient legend. It is drawn on creation from the beginning of time. The two streams, order and chaos, came together to form and took form. They became the first dragon and gave birth to the gods, but Dahak, the eldest son, fierce and proud, refused to share his power. He destroyed many of his brothers and sisters as he could, but one last egg was hidden among the Glorians by a cowardly father, Aspu. That is one fucked up name. Can you imagine introducing yourself that way? Hi, my name is Aspu. No one knows what will hatch from it, being of order or being of chaos and destruction. But when it happens, the future of dragonkind will change forever. This child is the herald of a dawn of a new era. No one can say when he is destined to be born, and so we keep him safe and hidden away in secret caves. Your lot will never have the child. Yeah, I know he does, right? Just horrible. Your PC has got to be the most dense person in the world, right? Like, I am going to destroy the world. What's going on? You know what I mean? It's every time. It never fails. It never fails. Let's see. We must raise him with love, teach him to be kind and good, so that the world will prosper. This child is our future. Okay. Who said anything about corruption? Do you think my master Dahak was corrupted? No. He was born proud, raging free. But why are you so certain that his divine child will be any different from its birth? The metallic dragons believe that the egg was hidden by the cowardly Aspu. But what if it wasn't Aspu? What if Master Drak hid the egg instead? Perhaps he knew that one day a worthy ally would be born, and an ally who could help him overthrow his father. Lamaths, you're a priest to Dahak? I serve the greatest of all dragons, the rageful Dahak, son of Aspu. The one whose breath set hell aflame. The one who shall unseat his father and usher in a new age of Glorian, an age of glorious conflict. Doesn't that thought fill your soul with longing? At long last, we will unleash pure rage, fury, and chaos in our hearts. We shall become free. Free, but at what cost? Glorian will be left in ruins. Why should we desire such freedom? No mortal. Do not let him. He wants to use the sacred child to destroy our world. What is the alternative? What is going on? I thought Oh. Yeah, yeah. What does this bell do? The bell will signal the metallic dragons. The sound will let them know that the child is in danger. The presence would complicate matters. Trust me, a fight with them would be a lot harder than beating half-dead Guardian. You can break it. You can't break it. The bell is enchanted to protect against dragons like you. Enough, I want to ask about something else. Uh-oh. I choose my own side and take the treasure for myself. Shit. We should have paid more attention to their names. We will make it quick. I have some unfinished business to take care of. Shit. Is Lathamus the black dragon? I think Goal is the silver dragon. The keeper. I will help the keeper. Yeah, good. We made the right choice. Lathamus is the black dragon. Okay. I don't have the strength to fight, but please defeat him. I will take the egg. You have my blessing. You will pay for this, Commander.
It's either us or them.
Yeah, we're gonna completely dominate this thing. Weird. Let's get weird with it. Unholy knee pads. These knee pads allow the wearer to deal an additional 2d6 points of unholy damage on hits of attacks with natural weapons. That is better for our horse. I think we have him with some gloves that do 1d8 slashing and 2d6 against evil, but straight unholy at all times would be better. Please go see the egg is unharmed.
I will guide.
Goggles of the Piercing Gaze. These goggles grant the wearer a +1 bonus to attack, damage against outsiders, as well as a +10 competence bonus against persuasion, or with persuasion. Those goggles are for us. Now we look epic. If they were just like shades, we'd even look cooler.
Focus on
We
the
could
road.
chat it up. Do a giga. There's the egg. As soon as you touch the egg, it cracks. You watch a small, strong wings break through the shell, and then a tiny, iridescent dragon emerges. It stretches as if it has just woke up from a long sleep and looks at you questionably with big, violet blue eyes. Violet eyes, sorry. See. Hi there, little one. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. The dragon lets out a happy squeak flaps its wings. Gleaming scales are the color of gold. He is watching you closely, and when you look into his eyes, a shiver runs down your spine. This ancient, powerful creature, a creature as old as time itself. Agu looks like he's about to collapse. The sacred child. He pauses and gazes at the little dragon in stunned silence, and then laughs with joy. Oh, my child, it is Gax. You, little wonder, you finally decided to make an appearance. I played on core difficulty, but it got to be such a joke while playing turn-based, because archers shot 6 to 7 times and can deal almost 30 to 50 damage depending on who it is. I'm having some problems with core as well. I watch Regula, and he plays on unfair, and he's just a beast at this game. He makes it look so easy, but the reality is core is just ridiculous. It is ridiculously hard. It really is. Gak's gleaming scales are now silver. He spreads his wings happily, but does his best to stay close to you. I see, I see. I've grown too old now. I can't protect you as I once did. You have chosen yourself a new guardian, if such is your will. I touched the shell and he hatched. Is that bad? The Gax, he already has a name? Bad. No, not at all. The child responded to your touch. He decided that it was finally time to emerge from his shell. This is a momentous occasion. Everything is about to change. Perhaps you should feel more afraid. Perhaps I should feel more anxiety about the child's future, the future of dragonkind, but surprisingly my heart is at peace. I cannot delay the inevitable indefinitely, and in his wisdom, Gax has already given us plenty of time to prepare for this day. Ember gazes at you pensively. Wherever you go, everything changes. Some die and others are born. All becomes new and nothing stays the same. Who are you? It is a mystery. Don't be absurd, girl. The commander isn't a mystery. He is the result of Aru Orlesh grand experiment. The architect of the world changes everything she touches. The commander is her creation. He is also an agent of change. Gax already has a name? Yes, he does. The dragon's name grows with them as they age. The older the dragon, the longer his name. Gax spent many years, many centuries in his shell. He is an ancient being. He lived in this world during his long slumber, and that is why his name is long. You're speaking to him as if you know him personally. I have protected this cave for many years. During my time as the guardian of Gax would appear to me in my dreams. I don't know how to explain it, but he would speak to me without saying a word. I have grown to care for him as if he was my own child. He lowers his gaze. I know it is disrespectful to speak of a divine being in such a manner, but guardians are always lonely. Gax is the only one I have in my family. If he means that much to you, I will leave him with you. What am I supposed to do with him? We're not leaving him with Ghoul. We're taking it. It's a freaking dragon. Let's see. Care for him. Raise him to be strong, magnificent dragon. A new deity of goddess and order will make the world a better place. Now I can finally be at peace. My duty is done. You must look after the divine child. You will help usher a new dawn in this glorious era. What if I raise him to be a creature of chaos? It is not within my power to stop you. Not even the great Aspu could prevent you from raising the child as you wish, but a metallic dragon's dream of a better world. It is the nature you hope. I have faith that Gax and represents a new dawn of era. Nothing can blemish your pure soul. Farewell, Ghoul. Farewell, Commander. Farewell, Gax. Grow big and strong and kind, just like your great father. The little dragon flaps its wings in farewell. Where's the dragon? I don't see it. Is it in our inventory? It is in our inventory. Gax. Provides random additional 1d4 cold, fire, acid, electric damage on a successful hit with the weapon. Yes! Yes. Bring out the little baby Gax. Bang. Where is he? I brought him out. Where is he?
Watch out for trouble.
I don't see him. Is he broken or something? Oh no, he's there. He's flying around. Very cool. All this treasure sitting here, and we're just going to leave it. There's no way I would leave it. Our character is super greedy. Alright, that's the dragon burial. I guess we need to... Can we recruit yet? We can. Alright, so let's take our crusade. We'll check our thing real quick. Our thingamajiggers. The pin. Whenever the wearer deals sneak damage for the first time in a fight against an enemy, the enemy becomes filled with paranoia. For each adjacent ally affected, target receives a -1 saving throws, -2 damage rolls. This effect stacks 3 times, persistent for 1d4 rounds. A priestess of Nock. Companions of the wearer of this ring attack at the same time. They deal damage, 1d6 precision damage. With each successful melee, they also gain a +2 circumvent. Bonus. We'll take the Ring of Nock. You can call me Helper. The soldiers are telling stories about Spirit who comes to them in their time of need and introduces himself as the Helper. His arrival has accompanied an ominous sign of raining blood and the smell of carrion, but he saves the warriors and demands nothing in return. Hunt the Spirit down. Gives a Spirit Hunt, which is military. Convince the soldiers not to accept the Spirit's help. 8,000 leadership. All generals gain a +1 and reduction of losses. Infirmary size increases by 5%. Encourage the soldiers to accept the help. Send Jerusalem to find the Spirit. Knowledge of Chosen. All generals get a +3 to power and a +10 energy bonus. I want the leadership, but we're going to send Arusula to find the Spirit. I don't know why we wouldn't send Camilla. She is a spirit hunter. I know Camilla's crazy, but still. Alright, let's get some more angels. Now, is it because there's another edict in order, or is it because we don't have enough? Another edict. Economy. Alright. That takes care of our management. Let's jump into the crusade. Let's get him all the way back up to base. We haven't been able to recruit 2 weeks because of that choice that we made. And after the Queen's damn mess that she made of our army, we lost all our troops. We had hundreds and hundreds of Death Knights. All right. Oh, are they finally the Hell Knights finally back? Well, we could definitely use some Hell Knights. We can get rid of them damn dwarves. Ugh. The dwarves can hang out with the demons. What's he? Knights of Ozum. He's kind of strong, too. More angels. The Hedge Knight and demons. Oh, these must be the demon crusaders that we saved for Ember's story. Let's buy 15,000. And we'll buy 5,000. 200,000 gold. Bam. It's all right, though, because we're millionaires. Let's see, 13,000, 20,000, 20,000. 53,000. We can do that. Let's do 60,000. All right, we should be plenty strong enough now. We were at 11. So let's remember these guys. We will name them Ember's Crusaders. And name these the Rejects. We have a base that's under attack. The Rangers are very good. They're not as good as a marksman, but their chance to attack twice is very, very high. So they're not as good as the marksman. If I could get, say, 1,000 marksmen, I would probably split that into 2 groups of 500 and get rid of the Rangers. The portal is army teleport. Oh, yeah, this. Mass teleportation, is that what you mean? It said we lost. There's no way we lost. Okay, now we have to... We can probably clear... We're only 10. We only got up to 10 so far for power rank. Let's go back to here. Yeah, we'll use the teleport if we get attacked at a different location, like farther away. Let's say like at the bottom of the map, they suddenly attacked me and I had to get down there right away. But it takes like 18 days to refurbish, so we're just kind of holding off on using it quickly. Immune to fire. Great. We had so many Hell Knights. The Queen screwed us over really bad. Luckily, she didn't fire us or anything, so... I know she tried to fire us, but she didn't. So she's not that bad. She could have been a lot worse. Let's see. Inspiration, Intimidation, Spellcraft. No question. We also got Call Lightning. We'll take on this 11. Hopefully we don't take too many losses. Let's see, and to my knowledge, when I played, the Call to Arms summons champions to the army it was used on, like a few hundred or so, though it's might be random unit, and I just got lucky. I have no idea. I haven't been able to get that to work. I haven't been able to get that to work at all. It would be fine if it was random. All my units are pretty good. I like them. So this fight's a little more challenging because it's an 11, and we're only a 10. But you know, I mean, it is what it is. We didn't alter the settings of the campaign crusade at all. So this is how it is defaulted. We buffed ourselves up a lot during Act 2 because we were getting like 40 troops per recruitment. So we just recruited the shit out of them until we were like a 9 before we jumped into the Act 3. And we were doing fine. Everything was going well until Act 5 when the Queen screwed our army over and took all our people. We had, I don't know, 600 Hell Knights and had cleared the entire map. Oh, I don't know if we can handle a 13. Oh shit, I should have saved. I don't think we can handle a 13. Shit. I should have paid more attention. I guess we're gonna be alright. All we've got left is the Baylor. And this dude. But we don't have to kill him. If we can kill the Baylor, he'll just disappear because he's just a summon. Nice. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we could handle a 13. I've never taken one on that strong before. But we seem to do alright with it. Is that all the monsters? No, we still have this whole bottom area. But have we controlled this one? And the top, right? We got rid of all those. So we just have this bottom section to handle. And then after this fight, we'll probably let our general heal back up, get some energy back, because we've been burning through his magic pretty hard. Yeah, I haven't had any real problems with that. The problem that I've really run into is the generals that can use magic. They just annihilate my group. Like, really, really bad. They just power through your army. Oh, we can recruit again. We'll just let these guys build. We'll just let them build. Let's see. A strange disease is affecting the soldiers. Mouths have grow on the victims. Mouths? And whisper secrets related to events happening in the army. The healers claim that each secret, the health deteriorates. Let's see, good. All generals get a +1 level to their reduction of losses. Kill the sick. Adds 9,000 leadership. It is a lawful choice. We need the leadership, so let's kill them. They die. We cannot allow the secrets to be revealed. Kill them. Murder! Murder everyone! Let's enter. After we finish our playthrough of this, I was thinking we're going to probably switch over to Wasteland 3. I've never played it before. It is fully voiced, and it should be a lot of fun. And I liked Wasteland 2 and Wasteland 1. They are the predecessor to the Fallout series. And it's basically a CRPG, but it's just in the Wasteland. Oh, she got... Yeah, we took away all her corruption, didn't we? Her eyes look sad and filled with worry. Do you smell that, Redfern? It is the scent of blood. Corruption has cast over the shadow of the city, and we all feel it. It is my duty to help rid the Dresden of these demonic corruptions. I am ready to call upon the higher planes in a grand ritual and summon the holy power here. It will be difficult, but it must be done. The priest of Emode have petitioned me to reconsecrate this city and the surrounding lands in the name of the Inheritor, but there are other views. The Crusaders who gave their hearts for the merciful Serene wish her to be the new patron of the city and the healer of the wounds, yet others believe that encroaching on the rightfully belongs to others. Sicoris has its own gods. Sicoris may have fallen, but centuries of devotion has left their mark. This is a place of power. Alright, so she wants to purify the city with a type of god. Let's see. All generals learn the Blade of the Inheritor. It deals power times power plus 5d8 magic damage to every enemy in a vertical line. This is a divine spell. And we get Smite Evil. Unit has a bonus to attack. Oh, infantry and cavalry get Smite Evil. Healing Light. Infirmary increases by 15%. May the faith of Perula return to these lands. Ward against weakness. Smite Evil. Nah, we'll stick with the god that didn't want us to be an angel. I think she was just jealous. I think Nock was right. What choice was that? I think Nock was right. I think Emode was jealous. She was nervous that we could become a god. And she was like, oh shit, you know, reject this power. Don't become a god. Because we are definitely on the path of angelhood. And if no god is going to accept us as an angel, then we would become a god of angels. Oh, Wasteland 3. You've played that too? Yeah, I haven't played Wasteland 3. I haven't looked up any reviews for it. I haven't, I did play the hell out of Wasteland 2. But Wasteland 3, I haven't played it at all. And I'm really excited to jump into it. I heard that they voiced the entire game, which is going to be fantastic. And, you know, I like Wasteland. It's cool. It's got a grungy humor. It's darker. It's pretty cool. I don't know if it's darker than Camilla. Camilla's pretty damn dark, freaking cannibal that she is. Stranglehold. Well, I'll be. You really did come back from the abyss. Marched on Is. That's the second time somebody told us the Queen is an Is, even though we're supposed to be looking for her. So everybody's stealing. Everybody's taking stuff out of the capital. Let's see. We can steal. We can acquire unclaimed property. We can steal in excess. Lawful. We will take no part in the plundering of Mendev. This meeting is over. Get the hell out. I like that one. Let's see. So you're sticking with your conscience. Then we'll have to tighten our belts. It's very noble of you, of course. It's just a shame that the conscience can't fill empty bellies of slain demons. We are not suffering financially at all. We're not suffering financially at all. We're millionaires. Get the hell out of here. Leave. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore.
You're much younger than me, but you seem so much wiser. Sometimes I feel like a child compared to you.
Immortals mature differently than ordinary humans. Even Shaylin's views changed over time. It took her millennia to understand that true beauty is not on the outside.
Yeah, you can, I'm not a big fan of Camilla either. I use her because she's a quick buff, but, I'm not a big fan of Camilla either. Just not a very powerful character. Even if you take the feats and the mythics to make her powerful, she never gets super strong. Darian would be better. Alright, so this is just a training montage thing for our troops. Cavalry units contain the enemy. Or Regal, which is bait. All units in a 3x3 area will try to move towards this unit and attack it for 1 round. This is a mind-affecting ability. All trainable infantry units get Juicy Target ability. All enemy ranged units will be able to attack only this unit for the next round. This is a mind-affecting ability. Oh, that's the one. That's the one. The captain's right. Because what does a ranged unit do more than anything else? It freaking shoots your ranged marksmen who have no hit points at all and instantly die on the battlefield.
There are many roads to success.
All right. Yeah, Camilla's not like, I don't know. I know you can romance her, and I know she's got some crazy public displays and stuff that she likes to do things in public. And I know that Regula, I think is her name, or whatever her name is, Wendelog. She's crazy too. She likes, like, just goes at you all the time, like, no matter where. She's the only character I've seen that does it. Like, she just, you could be camping and she's just like, yeah, I want to have some fun, let's do this. So yeah, Regula is pretty crazy too. Or Wendelog. Never say her damn name. Should just call her Wendy. I don't know why they have to make the name so weird. Alright, where are we at? We have the weight of my sword. Go to the gravestone rock with Sela. Where the hell is the gravestone rock? I don't know what they're talking about. Southern World Wound. The edge of the winged wood. Faithful servant of Abadar gleans the location of the vision. The knight Elaine has gone ahead on reconnaissance. You must join him in this destination. It says it's southern. Maybe we haven't unlocked it. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Do we have any bases down here that we can quick port to? Lands of Gash, or whatever it's called. Nope, I don't think we have anything to get us down there faster. We'll have to do that. We'll have to turn the land of Yash into a teleport when we upgrade next. Yeah, I don't know. Camilla is... We needed her at the time, which is why I didn't kill her, but she's not ideal for what she is. She does everything that everybody else does. Like, she doesn't have anything special. If you're interested in her spells, then you could just use a cleric who is better at spells and a better tanker. If you're interested in her sneak attacks, then you could just use Warjiff, who's a better sneak attacker, or Greybor. She does something that everybody else already does. So she's not very unique, in my opinion. Let's see, this dude is going to come and attack somebody. We'll get to that. We have to clear out some of these bases if we want to get to the gravestone rock. Twin cast. Once per battle, the general can cast 2 spells in a single turn. Spell practice. All spellcasting units can use their spells 1 additional time. We'll take twin. We don't use spellcasting units. That's a shit ton of swarms. This is probably one of the hardest fights we've had. Save for the spellcasters. We're gonna have to wait again because we're out of magic. Did it work? Did it give us... It did something. We did it. It did something. It won't let us do certain things. Which I'm not sure why. Let's save. Take on this army of 13. We got a replenish spell, so we're not out of magic anymore. Oh. Oh, I thought it gave us way more than that. I thought it brought us way more than that, like 150 more. Yeah, you're right. It brought our rangers up. It says it brings a total value of 750 times mythic rank of chosen unit. I guess that's value instead of units. Oh well. All right. It said we can cast 2 spells. Oh, sure enough, it is letting us cast 2 spells. Now we're out of magic again. We're not doing too bad considering that we're only 10 and we're taking on 13s and 11s and 12s and shit. Alright, I think we'll just hang back and just leave him there. Actually, he needs to get up here. There's an army that's coming. Now, where is he gonna go? That's the real question. Like, where is he going? Alright. We'll just leave him sit for a second. The angel wants to talk to us again. Our morale is fine. We'll head straight down to the sure, rest. Go ahead. Waste our time, our precious time.
Managed to kill yourself.
You are.
Oh, man. Act 5, man. It's not that it's long, it's that it's everything. Like, it's just spread out all over the damn place. What's over here? Oh, I think we needed to go into this ravaged longhouse for the tiles of the puzzles that we have not even bothered trying to do yet.
Anything new?
Keep your wits about you.
We won't do a super buff here. We'll just make sure that if there's undead or something else, that we don't get hammered with them.
I'm up for an adventure.
Alright, that'll do. Last time we came to collect some of these things, there was undead. And there's undead again. So it was good that we buffed. There's a well that we can go down.
I will guide.
Of course, we're good angels, so the first thing and the priority is to steal stuff. Because that's just what we do. Somebody's screaming for help, we have to stop and loot their building first. Last time we came into one of these, we got sucked into a laboratory.
hope you appreciate this.
We got Brink of Death. Whenever the wearer's health is below 50, each attack against the wearer has a chance to reflect the damage dealt against them. The DC must make a DC saving throw 24 or suffer that damage. Okay. It's okay. It's an okay robe. A little weak for our current level.
Oh, yes.
But I imagine we were supposed to come here a long time ago because that's a little weak for our level. That or the loot's just bad.
Watch out for trouble.
I sense something.
Keep your calm.
I'm thinking that well comes right here, where this little pit of water is. There's no bucket hanging, but you can see light shining down. I'm thinking that's where the well's gonna go when we come out of it.
Many roads.
All right. So we got that figured out. Gravestone rock down here. Yet. I don't think we're going to be able to get to it because there's a thingy in our way. Yep, we can't go that way. So unless this goes across, but I don't think it will because of that crack. Alright. Alright. Let's take our army. Where is that stupid thing? Looks like they're going up to the Hell Knight outpost or close to it. Ah, that makes sense. Very cool. Yeah, that makes sense. If you separate your marksmen and then pull them off into a separate unit and then do it, it would obviously only have the marksman to choose from for a selected unit. That's very cool. Thank you. That's really helpful. I think I wouldn't use it for marksman, though. I think I would use it for angels. Because you only get those 5 at a time. And they're pretty powerful. They're pretty beefy. Do we need more? We do. Let's just take more. We can get gloves. They confirm critical hits with any bow. The enemy will start to lose their mind, suffering a -1 to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Impulse. These are touch gloves. Will save. Agonizing. Consumed by agonizing lust. Any critical hit against the affected target drives them crazy or paralyzing them for 1 round. Yeah, you know why they're paralyzed. They don't want to say it, but you know. You know why they're paralyzed. If they're consumed by lust. Dead Man's Club. Soldiers who lost their comrades along with their will to live have founded a so-called Dead Man's Club. They leave Dresden to die in battle as heroes and deal as much damage to the enemy as they possibly can. Unfortunately, these actions have ruined the officers' plans to undermine the discipline of the ranks. Ban the club gives us morale. Encourage the club gives us wounded. And removes 5% of units. Use the dead man to trap demons. Let Ember talk to the warriors. Removes 5% of recruited units. Crusade morale increases by 50%. And the club. Alright, he needs to come down here, I believe, is where we needed him. Yeah. We're up to 11 now. Pretty cool. Finally getting our army's strength back. Damn the queen for taking our men. Oh, you know, we didn't combine our angels. We had some angels sitting there that we didn't add to our group. That's all right. I'll be happy when we get all the crusade battles done. I don't like... It's not that I dislike the battles, it's not a thing for me. Maybe if it was harder or more Might Magic oriented. Might Magic was a very good game. I know they were inspired by Might Magic, but it's not like Might Magic. Might Magic is way more complicated. Oh shit, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're just so ridiculously powerful. Our general is just so stupid. Any more detail on the mythic stats used for spell? Used for the spell. Oh, that's okay. That's alright. We'll figure it out as we go along and get through this. It's really cool that we're playing the same games and that that you know about this game and stuff. It's neat. I like that. I like that I can talk to somebody about this stuff. Damn, gargoyles and their 50 million resistance. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying this for a while. I still write. I write full time. So I've got some books, but you know, they're not going I mean, I might publish one, but you know, it's they're not the kind of books that you would be able to talk about in friendly conversation, right? They're horror, but they're kind of adult based and stuff, and I write as a co-author in these books. And so I wanted to be able to do something else that I enjoy, and I thought streaming, you know, I'm home anyways. It's a good choice. So I'm happy with it. I don't think gargoyles classify as a demon. Well, it says they're demon-like. Stony creatures are not the spawn of the abyss, so they're not demons. So that spell is not going to work on them. We kind of jumped into this battle without much prep to it. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, they are a pain in the ass. I turned off the moderator, so there shouldn't be anything that's modded now. I'll just... If somebody starts getting crazy and stupid, then I'll deal with it directly, rather than having a mod, auto mod. Because it's done nothing but cause me problems. It really has. How about you? Are you going to start streaming? I watched all your videos. Yeah, well, I'm an old guy. What can I do to entertain people, you know what I mean? But it's something. Yeah, well, if you do that, you know, let me know. I'll totally watch them. All right, finally. That battle took forever. That was a nasty battle. Yeah. Let's see, we have a thrower and a thrower. And then we have some dudes in the middle. Let's just blast a bunch of them at once. So overpowered. It's just ridiculous. I mean, these generals... Can you imagine one commander, your guy, standing in the middle of this army? They would just fucking murder him, man. He would just be dead instantly. They just have no idea how powerful they really are, and they make such a big deal out of the commander, and it's just like, dude, you guys are killing like 500 demons in one shot. Ooh, that looks cool as hell. All that coolness. Look at that. That skeleton. Even the dead skeleton version of it looks cool. And we're out of magic again, so we'll probably have to wait before doing any more battles. All right. The Baroness? I don't know what you mean. I don't know if I ever encountered the Baroness. Oh yeah. General-wise, what we looked for when we were looking at generals was we were just looking for somebody with Master of Maneuver and who was a mage. I would have taken anybody, but he was the first one that popped up, and then I found out later that you can just exit out of your selected general page. Like if we said, you know, let's say these guys. We won't do it, but if we wanted to get a general and we didn't like this selection, we can just close it and open it up again. And it'll be new generals. And you can just keep doing that. And it'll just keep cycling through the different generals that they have available. So I found that out later. Originally, we didn't know that. So we just kind of winged it. We went with it. The chilly truth about the Dresden jailers has come to light. He secretly has been worshipping Zon Kuoth, the deity known as Zon Kothan, also known as the Midnight Lord, the Dark Prince, the Prince of Pain, God of Darkness, Envy, and Loss. Okay. He terrorizes the prisoners and learned magic to allow him to brutally punish and leech life from his victims. Punish him, encourage him. Punish him, man. We're angels. Not even a question. Of sadist. I like that. Okay, so we're done with that part. Oh, you know, we could manage this. We just open this key. Let's fill it. Now, I don't think we can build a portal until it is upgraded. Until the keep is upgraded. So. What's Forgotten Secrets? Another puzzle. What the hell is going on? Yeah, go in there. He walked right through it. Okay, so let's see. We're finally here. This whole time I've been worried. I really don't like Sila's story. It's so boring and silly. I can't stop thinking about the stolen souls. Greetings, Commander. I kept watch. As you instructed, they are definitely keeping trapped souls here. I've seen the jewelry myself, but this place is well guarded and we'll have to fight our way inside. You know, we should ask him. How's your wife doing? She's the blue one, right? The one with the blue skin? And the green hair? Let's see. Yeah, it won't be a small skirmish. There are surviving cultists that fled from the wound. What is this place? What are we up against? He just told you what this place was. He just told him. He just told him. That is the pinnacle of our character's attention span. I wonder if there are any special dialogue options if you take that as a god. I'll probably, you know, if I do a playthrough as a demon, because I want to eventually go through all the mythic paths, since it does drastically change the story from the beginning. If I go with the demon, I might take that as a god. I wonder if it does give you special dialogue options in the story.
I need to concentrate.
Alright, let's buff. They said there was a fight here. Though, if we're not careful, a character may not remember. We never buff the horse because we don't care about the horse. He's a good meat shield, but aside from that...
No reason to pause. Adayana, Ona, Adayana, Inimosi Tradisi, Matritium Turinos. Inimosi Tradisi, Amranda Gratu. Inimosi Tradisi, Amranda Gratu. Tashani Sapona, Adayana. Ona, Adayana. Tashani Savitor.
That would be cool. All the paths seems pretty unique. All of the paths, they all seem pretty unique. Like they spent a lot of time explaining, you know, well, they spent a lot of time writing the story to show how unique each path was. It's not like you're repeating the same story and making minor choices. They have massive impacts on the game. Almost done. I know buffing is not a fun thing to witness and watch.
Open to ideas. So is restless. I wonder why.
Yes.
We don't need greater heroism, so we're good to go. We do need
I'm ready
haste.
to move out.
Let's go. Let's go!
Focus.
Heartbeat quickens.
Mercy for the wicked.
Ooh. Are we in the prison? No. Just a secret outpost, but it looks like the prison.
Something is not right here.
Open your heart to me.
Ah, damn it.
I sense something.
Watch out for trouble.
Well, I am helpful, am I not?
Oh no. A puzzle. Oh no, it's only got one button. Judging by the empty gem-shaped slots, this mechanism is currently missing pieces. No! No puzzles. I did not take notes for this place.
Something is not right here.
Keep your calm.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
God damn it.
I am helpful, am I not?
I sense something.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
I didn't even see this room, so I'm clearly not paying attention.
Something is not right here.
I'll watch your back. I hope you appreciate this.
It's the jewelry maker. Victorious commander and his valiant companions. I was so certain that you had been swallowed up by the abyss. Oh well, life is full of disappointments. Man, I'm gonna bust you in the face. Cultists are so talkative these days. Why don't we skip to the heart-to-heart and get down to business? See, the demon at Master Drek's side laughs nastily. Why, valiant paladin? Don't you want to know who you've really been dealing with this whole time? He's not just a cultist or a demon worshipper. He's the Grand Master of the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth. Well, I am the person who killed Baphomet. You did not kill him, not permanently. No, you defeated him once. And remarkable achievement, of course, but if you were expecting me to be impressed or intimidated, I'm afraid you shall be disappointed. I do not mourn the Master's temporary demise. His defeat is nothing more than a setback. We may be forced to retreat, but like a tide, we will always return. However, when it is permanent, even the permanent death of Lord Baphomet would not sway me from my beliefs. Do you know why the abyss is so beautiful? It spawns the beast that replaced the old, and sustains itself with an endless cycle of unchanging sum of chaos and evil. It will never cease to exist. His voice is a mixture of zeal and admiration. If Lord Baphomet meets the end, I will simply find myself a new master. I have some questions for you, Grand Master. You can ask whatever you like. I might even answer, but you don't need to address me by my title. Though it sounds formidable, it is purely honorary. It places no obligation upon me, which suits me perfectly. Yeah, I know, right? He's like, oh, you didn't kill him. You just temporarily set him back, and I'm not afraid of you. It's like, dude, I killed your god, man. I beat his ass. He had to run. Seriously, what is with these questions? So you're the one that runs the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth? Did they not establish that clearly multiple times already? We're gonna skip this. I hate this. I hate this. It's not a fun story. It's boring. It's stupid. I don't like it. He's gravely wounded, but he does not lose his composure. He remains calm and dignified in the face of death. It seems I have made a mistake. I should not have fought you. Still, I do not regret taking the risk. He turns to Sela with a malevolent gleam in his eyes. You may have the commander by your side, but look at yourself, Paladin. Look at those you've taken under your wing. Your friends are a thief, a coward, and a stubborn oaf. You couldn't unite them or inspire them with great deeds. Sela stares at the lifeless body. Yeah. The Sela's storyline is the one I dislike the most. Like, I really just... It's just not a thing for me. Jeweler's notes. Red gem. Hammer of a masterpiece. We don't use hammers, so it doesn't matter. Plus 6 physical form. Nice. Plus 6 intelligence. Plus 5 amulet. Plus 5 ring. Man, he's got some items on him. Ring of Renown Artisan. This ring grants a plus 12 bonus to arcane knowledge skill checks with a plus 5 check to craft potions. Bracers of 7. And Cloak of Resistance plus 5. Damn. That dude is stacked. Like, stacked. We're wearing a cloak, but we don't get the, physical perfection. We don't need it, though. Our belt is better. Let's see. Headband of intelligence plus 6. So we don't need any of this stuff, really. But everybody else probably does. Man, we kind of thought we would have more need for those items. They're pretty epic. I guess we can stick them on our other NPCs. Yeah, we'll just stick the other ones on the NPCs, or the other companions that we have.
I am helpful, am I not?
I heard something ding.
Something is not right here.
Amulet of Deep Roots. Plus 5 natural armor class. It also grants immunity to bull rush and overrun combat maneuvers, as well as a plus 3 competence bonus against huge or bigger enemies. So it's a plus 8 natural if we're fighting huge enemies. No, we're definitely not getting rid of that. That's a plus 2 to every ability we have. But she can use it. And then a plus 5 amulet can just go right over to Nino. Nino! Alright. Is that everybody? We do it?
You require my unbiased opinion?
Thila's story has just pissed me off from the get-go. I haven't liked it at all.
I will guide.
All right. Did we pick up? We picked up a note. We picked up a note. Easier way to find that note is to go to newest, then just scroll down what we found. Invokes. Okay. Let's see. We've got blue. Yellow. He's not going to tell me the color of his seasons. See, the seasons quality changes away from arranging them. Why not start the year with winter? Then move to autumn. Why shouldn't autumn flow into spring? And then summer. Now we just have to decipher what his seasons mean. Winter, autumn, spring, summer. Okay, we got it. During my game, I failed to romance anyone because I messed up in the talk with Arusula at my camp. Was too late in the game. The next replay, I'm going all in on Queen because being a queen who has ruled over 100 years has to... yeah. I'm surprised you can romance the Queen as well. And I would romance the Queen just because she's a freaking queen, right? Why wouldn't you romance her? She's the queen. But since the Queen's not present for most of the romance, I think since I'll be playing an evil character, I'll definitely play around with all of the characters that I'm capable of romancing at the same time, but I'll focus on the Queen. What the hell is going on? Murder him. Let's get weird with it.
Continue fighting everyone.
It should work. Is it flawed?
Not dead yet? Dead. We have Breath of Life.
Focus on the goal.
It's jammed.
I am helpful. Am I not?
The mirror has no magical aura, but obviously hangs here for a reason. It's another puzzle.
Watch out for
Did we mess up the puzzle by killing everybody? Let's look. Let's look. Because I don't know. I do not know. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's try that. A lot of people don't like the queen. A lot of people do not like her at all. Yeah, I don't know. But if I'm gonna be evil, you know. Reverse it. Blue, yellow, green, red. Oh. Oh, I can't. I can't reverse it. Then reverse it to red, green, yellow, blue, and you'll get the best rewards. All right, we screwed it up. Get better rewards, but we touched the chest. So, where did we leave off? At this whole entrance thing, huh? Well, we can speed through it. Yeah, I just found that out, that I fell for the trap. So we'll speed through this and get it proper. We didn't actually fight anything that was super difficult. Nothing like that damn mythic that we fought, that creature of hell and destruction. That thing was a nightmare to fight. We still couldn't beat it. I don't know how we would have beat it if we didn't go after its dexterity. Yeah, if we didn't go after his dexterity, I don't know how we would have beat that thing. You know that crystalline monster You fight, when you free the angel, she's locked up again. And there's this other crystal monster that's locked up as well. And it walks really slow. That thing was just stupid. It was stupid to fight that thing. And we couldn't beat it. No matter how much I buffed or prepped or strategized, I could not beat it. So what we ended up doing was littering the entire area with dex debuffs, because I noticed it only had like 3 dex. And we littered the entire area with them, like everywhere. And he was making like 8 saves around. And he eventually failed to save. And as soon as his dexterity hit 0, he died.
I'm up for an adventure.
A bright future awaits us.
Yeah. You beat this on core, right? You were saying that you played it on core? You must be a lot better at this game than I am. I'm having a hell of a time with core. Yeah, I'm having a really difficult time with core.
The struggles never cease.
He's restless. I wonder why.
Yes.
Huh? Oh, yes, what?
Open your heart to me.
Yes?
Alright, let's go kill everything. So this time, we saved it. I'm not even going to bother with the traps. We're just going to run through them.
Watch out for trouble.
I sense something. Something is not right here. I sense something. Something is not right here.
Looks like they blinded us. But we have true seeing on, so blinding's not affecting us at all.
I sense something.
At least it looked that way. The blindness and blindness. Yeah.
You can trust me.
We should be probably playing on core because we're just so overpowered for these fights. But we just wanted to do story mode and go through and figure out what was what. And, you know, on my offline game, I do the core, and I'm really not good at it.
I refuse to accept their statement.
Yeah, yeah. I started playing a dragon build for my core playthrough, and and after I did the core dragon, I just realized that I'm not strong enough. I'm just not strong. It wasn't strong enough for core, so it was built badly. This build is plenty strong. This build is pretty strong. I bet it would do really well in core as well.
I hope you appreciate this.
Alright, it was blue, yellow, green, red. And then we had to do it in reverse, which is red, green, yellow, blue. All right. Let's see what this proper loot was. 9 magic. Headband +6. Cast spells that affect the enemy. The wearer gains a +1 to checks made to overcome spell resistance. And the enemy suffers a -1 penalty to attacks, damage rolls, as well as saving throws for 3 rounds. The effect stacks to a maximum of 4. Yeah, we found a helmet that Nino can use. It'll make her weird and insta-kills like 1,000,000 times better. Alright.
I am helpful, am I not?
I sense something.
Newest to old. She could use that amulet, right? Then +5 can go on her. We also had a ring of +12 knowledge. But I don't think anybody needed that. But we did find a cloak of +5. And a ring of +5. And a belt of Dex and Con. He already had that belt. Nino could use it. Okay. We're done. Let's go! Foxila. She sucks. No kidding, right? Like, why is he only traveling around with 6 people? You know for a fact if this dude is running all these and he's got slaves that if you play lawful, like, you can totally keep the slaves and stuff and it's, like, right in your alignment. He's got all these people from the Abyss and all this other stuff. There's no way he'd run around with 6 companions. He'd have a fucking army behind him. Trap for the other. Right, we did have to do the trap for the other. And what do we have to do? We just have to talk to Sela? Is that right? The last chapter of the story awaits Commander back at Dresden. We have not messed around with Darien very much. Darien can replace Ember, I guess. I think we were not letting him auto level because they were trying to make him a damn conjurer. We messed up his leveling already, pretty sure, so. We need greater abundance given wherever it is. Where is it? We already take it? I didn't think we did. We took proved. We took, oh, there it is. Greater abundance. Okay. We never use Darien, even though he is considered one of the best classes in the game. We don't use him. And that is because we just didn't find him super interesting to use. Just wasn't very good. Boundless healing is good because you take, you heal at a range. See, whenever your cure spells, oh yeah, but we only use heals really at this level of the game. It acts like you have the reach feat, entirely caster level. Regardless, you can alter the spell from range, touch, close, medium range. Okay, we'll take that. He doesn't need it. More of these. Let's take second mastery. We will give him flame. Right. Spell books. Want to make sure we've got all her auras. Take Eagle Soul. Right? Call forth Holy Power, which grants you the benefits of +2 Sacred bonus to armor class and a +4 to strength, +5 resistance to acid and fire, +5 bonus to persuasion checks, made against evil, +2 initiative checks, fast healing 2, any critical threats. Yeah, we'll take that. Assuming she can even get it. Yeah, she can. Okay. What we need, the reason I jumped back into our spell list is because we need spell resistance. Don't think we've been taking it. Mila can't cast it, of course not. That would make her useful. We don't have it. That's why we're not taking it. He has heightened spell, which we will use for combat stuff. Yeah, he has spell resistance. And Flame Strike, which is a very powerful spell. Dang it. There's his Flame Strike. Firestorm, Firestorm, and Feel, Fiery Body. Gets 8 9th level spells. Won't let us take it to 9. Take it to 9. It won't let us take anything to 9. Okay then. We'll save. We will rest.
You shamans are strange. It's like you wield magic like clerics, but with strange spirits instead of gods. It
Animate
makes me
dead.
uneasy.
Yeah, I've not been very big on summoning this playthrough, but I did learn a lot about summoning. For a long time, I thought that you were restricted, summoning-wise, to just like you summon monster, and then you wait for that monster to die, and then you summon again. So I didn't know that you could just keep summoning monster until you didn't have any spells left, or you can keep creating dead or summoning undead and stuff like that until you don't have any spells left. So you can have like, 1,500 freaking skeletons running around and stuff like that. I had no idea that's how it was. And by the time we had reached a point where I learned that, I was already focused heavily on melee and upfront powers. All right, let's do the other. His storyline has been... what the hell? His storyline has been pretty cool. That does sound fun. Just make an entire party of summoners and just summon until there's nothing left to summon.
Knowledge is the key.
Let's see. Let's get our sword out. And let's do our buffs. I love the sword. This sword is just so fun. To make everything 7th level and lower quickened is just so awesome. It's so awesome.
We will win this war.
You killed Baphomet in 10 rounds and took no damage? Is that because of your summons? Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. I watch a guy called Regula, and he plays on Unfair, and wow, man, just wow. It is so broken. It's so unfair and just so wrong. Like, I know they say it's unfair, you know, but like, yeah, it's just so wrong the way they do it. Just so wrong.
I'm prepared.
Require my unbiased opinion?
All right, we're all buffed up. I forgot we had Sela back. Laura Hawkblade, or Lortor Hawkblade. Let's just call him Leo. Leo plays his role perfectly. He stands before the improvised place of execution, formidable and emotionless, like a living embodiment of an inescapable retribution. Commander, I am glad to see that you have held up your end of the deal. Mendev Inquisition thanks you. We will take the criminal into custody now. I was also playing tactic leader, subclass Inquisitor. So take 12 skeletons and give them all shared team feats. Ooh! And shield wall. And suddenly your normal weak undead becomes unbreakable wall. That's awesome! Yeah, I didn't take any team feats in this path, really. And that's just crazy, but if we weren't on normal, I don't think I could handle it. Like, team feats are a must, especially outflank and precise strike. It's hard to read Darian's face. My, what a curious installation. Count Ardenay. The Mendev Inquisition finds you guilty of treason, criminal links to demonic cults, orchestrating and murdering several of this country's citizens who were killed and decapitated by you and your accomplice in Nabris, and the range of other places, I, Leo, Hawkblade, Inquisitioner, and Exterminator of Demonic Blight, by the grace of the Inheritor, have been authorized to carry out the sentence death by fire. With the permission of the Commander, we will begin. Darian darts a glance at you, seeming lost for words. Intimidate. Did you really think I would agree to tolerate you forever? Miserable excuse of a man that you are. I'll enjoy watching you roast at the stake. Don't disappoint me now. Scream as loud as you can. Tell the truth. I never cared about you. Let the Inquisition do as it sees fit. Bluff. Lie. I never really cared about you. I'll hand you over to the Inquisition without a second thought. I don't want to be part of this farce anymore. I don't want to be part of this. I hate that we're being like this to Darian. I hate it. Let's intimidate him. I don't want to do lie because I kind of think that they're implying that we have a relationship with him. And we're 100% Arusula. No, we'll do lie. Succeeded. The Inquisitioner, who seems to be listening to something only he can sense, gives you a subtle nod and appears everything is going as planned. The rest of your companions exchange bewildered looks, and but keep watching without a word, understanding that something unusual is about to happen. Darian seems shaken by your words, but looks away for a moment and then asks, in a feigned glee, burning at the stake, huh? A trifle old-fashioned. I thought you offer something a little more sophisticated for a noble clientele. But what interests me the most is what your role is in all this, Redfern. The Count is obviously trying to break his best to mask his emotions, but his voice betrays him. There is a slight waver, as if he cannot believe that this is happening. Man, this sucks. This sucks. Let's see. Bluff, lie. My role was I am the one who reached out to the Inquisition and asked them to investigate you. Like a fool, you followed me, yet all the while I knew I would soon throw you into Church's salivating hounds. Leo's face expression expresses undisguised approval. He shifts his stance, readying himself for a fight. Darian parts his lips to say something, but then presses them together in a tight line, restraining himself. What the hell? It is good that we are finally having an honest conversation. I've always appreciated honest people. Leo stands motionless like a statue. He stares at you expectantly, as if asking your permission to continue. Lie. You are not only my friend or my ally, you are just a bargaining chip. I have forgotten you entirely by the time the first of your blackened ashes are charred away in the whirlwind. Man. Leo gives barely noticeable nod. Darian listens to your words, never taking his eyes off your face, and only when you are about to finish does he finally break. With a shudder, he averts his gaze, avoiding looking at anyone. His voice is hoarse. So this is how it ends, I suppose. I suppose I deserve this, don't I? If you walk through life without showing any compassion or gratitude towards anyone, it is highly unreasonable to expect anyone to show you compassion. I'm sorry I have neither the time nor the strength to continue this conversation any longer. Do what you have to do, Redfern. And Darian pauses for a moment, mustering the courage. I must warn you, there is someone who will be severely displeased by your attempt to kill me. Someone dangerous. Prepare yourselves. There's a palpable shift in the surroundings. Everything seems to tremble like a moment before a thunderstorm. There are no bolts of lightning or roaring thunder, but the sensation of some malicious presence, enraged and bewildered, rings through the air. We did it, Commander. It's coming. Right into our trap. Screams of dozens of voices surround, but all-powerful drills into your ears and resounds over the land. The ritual circle drawn by the Inquisitor flares to life.
Save the last one for me.
The other. Let's go! Suddenly, the silence falls over the battlefield. It is accompanied by a sensation of sinking deep into the water. Slowly and inevitably, the surface grows further and further away. The darkness grows deeper and deeper around you, and below is nothing but a bottomless black. Voices sound inside your head. Not voices, images and ideas. Blackness seems to extend a hand, vague extremity and open palm. Deal. Let go of us. The agonizing yearning for freedom grows through you, piercing your entire self. It comes from without, but you feel it as your own. Reward. You get reward. Power. Away. We will go away. The door is closing. We will step back. The picture of Darian's severed head dripping with blood appears before your eyes, looking eerily real. What are you? Screams. A stream of feelings and images crashes through your mind. They cannot describe in language what you know. You can only sense that general shape in the direction of an aftertaste. Space, void, death, eternity, journey, escape, hunger, over and over hunger. What do you want? Secret. Keep the secret. Door. Close the door. Desperate desire breaks free from the trap and escapes the lances through your mind and heart. Evil. I accept your terms. Close the door and give me my reward. Refuse. You die, creature. The feeling is sinking into the depths, is replaced by a sensation of a whirlpool rolling around you. Death, freedom, freedom, death.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
We leveled. Again. Darian wraps his arms around himself for a moment, clutching his shoulders with slight crazed look in his eyes. He surveys the area, his gaze never resting on anything particular. His lips move, but no sound comes out. At last, the Count says, "It's over." I hope it is, the Commander, and I spared no effort to home in on this entity and lure it into a trap. I assume you understand the reason behind everything we put you through, Count. I am especially proud of my overly ruthless Inquisitor speech. I like you, sir, not so ruthless Inquisitor. 'Tis the real shame that I shall have to kill you. Let's see. Darian, what are you talking about? Well, Darian speaking in a strange manner, apparently marveling at the sound of his own voice and the taste of each word. Either that or the Inquisition will grip me by the throat and finally execute me, unless they decide to lock me up for some closed facility for clerics, mages, vicious prison like that. Laurel remains calm despite the heavy toll of combat that threatens his life. Count, you are without a doubt guilty of being in contact with a vile entity beyond concealing the signs of its presence, and Mendev's crusade. That makes you an accomplice to all the crimes committed by this other, whatever it is. Of course, Mendez justice in all its glory. It is my duty to pass your case to the Inquisition Tribunal, but I am certain the judges will take into consideration your youth and extreme circumstances under which the first encounter of this eternity. Leniency, I seriously doubt the death sentence will even be raised as a possibility, but Leo pauses. Count, can you still use your abilities as an oracle? What? What does that have to do with... You can. I am positive of it. I know how the abilities work. Unlike clerics, you don't gain your powers by choice. You do not choose your destiny. You simply are chosen. The other, whatever it was, chose you. You became a gateway for it and thus acquired the power. Now it is dead, but this power remains within you. This means that the gateway wasn't sealed and with death's door of its creator. Hence, you, Count, are an open road to the unknown, where these horrible head-collecting entities come from. You remain a threat, and this means that there is a high probability the tribunal will decide to send you to an asylum where you will remain. Oh, shit. I liked this guy, but I'm not going to let him take Darien. It's just not going to happen. Do I get a say in any of this? Your achievements are great, Commander. Perhaps Mendev's Inquisition Tribunal will listen to your arguments, but I can't promise anything. Darien, do you have anything to say about the Gateway and all the other things Leo is talking about? There must be another way to resolve this. Another way? I'm afraid there is no such way, Commander. Don't ask me to sacrifice my principles. I will never do that. The only thing I can say is that the Tribunal's verdict, no matter what it will most probably not be carried out as long as there are active hostile crusades. But after that, it is over. We will step in. Actually, there is another way. You can kill me right here and now. I'm not joking. I'm not being over dramatic. I'm not going to that damn tribunal, and I'm not going to any damn asylum. This life, so-called life, they have prepared me for is everything I ever hated with a little extra on top. I will not be able to live like that. I never even want to try. I would prefer to take one final breath as a free man than live decades on the noose around my neck. Do you have anything to say about these open doors? Let's see. Darien licks his lips nervously. Of course, all those assembled here, I may know at least about these creatures and what they are trying to do to me. I simply instructed to keep my mouth shut, otherwise the next severed head would be my own. So I said nothing. I have been saying nothing for 10 long years, while they used me to come and go from this world as they pleased. Oh, I don't know how it works. I don't know if there is a road inside me or where it may lead. Alas, I cannot accept what you plan to do with Darien. Our second evil act of the entire game. Darien stares at you with surprising, sincere, an expression of gratitude. I do believe that was the most significant thing anyone has ever done for me. Leo, isn't that touching? And now, if you'll allow me, I intend to fight back as hard as I can to keep you from the lawless murdering. Goddess Leo, Hawkblade, take a final stand.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
+1 sword, +2 belt. Yeah. It explains why they died so quick.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Alright, so we leveled. Let's do our level real quick. We have our notes that we prepped for. We are on level 19. Feat-wise, we had greater spell penetration that we were going for. And I have some doubts about that direction. Because we did not take any of our team feats, and we really should have. So I do not think we will take greater spell penetration. I don't. I think we will take outflank. And for our revelation, we will take Firestorm. Fire erupt around you. It will create a 20-foot radius. A 1d6 per oracle level, so 20d6 damage. Equal to the rounds. Yeah, we'll take this. Our paladin. It's pretty stupid that we're getting our team feats at level 19, but whatever. We need them. Shaman. We let her auto level, and we're going to stop that now too. Take flank on her as well. Rusula. Outflank on her as well. Nino, we do not need to take outflank on. For Nino, we'll probably go with another meta magic. Maybe. I think that's probably going to be the best bet here. Or we could focus on an element. Don't really think we use elements though. We're almost completely focused on insta kills with Nino. Everything is insta kill with Nino. Yeah. So we'll probably go with all variables of numeric spell are modified. This feat maximizes saving throws and opposed rolls are not affected. So that's not what we're going for. Let's see. We've got Empower. Spells increase half the bonuses of those rolls. Saving throws of opposed are not affected, nor spells of random variables. Going for that either. What's persistent? Whenever a creature is targeted with a persistent spell within the area of succeed, saving throw against the spell, it must make another saving throw. That's the one. Spell specialization. Should we go with weird or should we go with phantasmal killer? I think we'll go with weird. And she gets some spells here. Not that they matter. We won't use them. Yeah, we're not going to use them, but we'll take Clashing Rocks. Iron Body. Darian. Take Precise Shot so that he can cast ranged combat spells without taking a negative. We will focus for, I guess it's not really going to matter. Let's see. Whenever a creature takes fire damage from one of your spells and catches fire, this damage deals 1 point of fire damage per caster rank. Beginning of the creature's turn, the fire lasts 1d4 rounds. No, we'll take Firestorm again. Because you get 4 through 5 skills per level and have proficiency with all skills. Wow! Wow, I did not know that. Dang, that's really cool. I may have to try an Inquisitor. I've never even looked at them. All right. We're all done with our level. We can get out of here. And we will probably be ending here shortly. We'll finish up a couple of things and then we'll call it.
It's an odd word. Freedom.
Why did you mention freedom?
Because it is the greatest treasure, second only to life itself, which many fail to appreciate, sadly. People are so eager to shackle themselves, sacrificing their freedom, and they don't even realize it. Well, so be it. I am free now, and I, for one, do know how to appreciate my freedom.
We just killed a man for your sake.
Oh, yes. And I even feel something approaching regret. This Inquisitor didn't seem such a dreadful hypocrite, unlike the others of his kind. He died for his beliefs. Such is life. The genuinely righteous always die first. But he knew the risks. I doubt I would ever be willing to sacrifice everything I am for the sake of a stranger.
I have so many questions about the other and more.
Let's postpone this conversation till we are back at camp or somewhere else safe. Apologies, but I'm too exhausted now to talk about it. First, I need to convince myself that it's all over. I rarely say things like this. I have never said anything like this to anyone before, to be precise. But I am amazed by everything you have done for me. I'm not sure I deserved it, but still, I am very grateful.
There is only one way to show your gratefulness to the epic, mythic angel, and that is to bow down and accept him as your new lord. Alright. Let's go in. And we have 2 quests to finish up. And then we will do our reviews of these finished characters and go from there. Something must be going on because all I said was enter. It better not crash. Let's see. Sela sits quietly with her hands clasped together. She sighs softly and there's a faraway look in her eyes. You can see there's a troubled expression on her face. Something is bothering her. There you are, Redfern. I am just here, you know, waiting. Asun's going to reunite the souls just a little longer. We can put this all behind us. How long will we have to wait? Not long. What's bothering you? I don't even know where to start, what's on my mind, but hey, there is something I want to ask of all these souls to be returned to the bodies. That means Kerr will be free, but what if it's confirmed that he really did work with the cultist? What will you do with him? Fuck you, Sela. Traitors deserve no mercy. We paid a high price for his weakness. And let me ask you something else. How do you feel about me and my part that I played in all this? I talked to everyone in the Hound's Heart camp. When we go to the Molten Scar, yet at the end, she found the strength to change. I'm glad. I guess everything turned out alright. I hate you, Sela. I hate you so goddamn much. Your heart is in the right place, but you lack discipline. You allow your emotions to cloud your judgment. If you don't change your course, you will stray from the path of a paladin. You made this point before. Both rough words and your actions. She sighs. Fine, this dim-witted paladin can take a hint. You're right, Redfern. I need to improve, and I will. Greetings, Commander. I'm glad you're here. We are ready to put the stolen souls back together. Me, why? Because I want you to set the souls free. We all agreed it should be you that does it. You're confusing me with somebody else. I'm Sela, the Blockhead Paladin. I'm no hero. That's right. You are a blockhead. Like I said, it is a collective decision. We all agreed it should be you.
Keep your wits about you. There are many roads to success.
You can see Kerr standing among the people who have been rescued. Thank you so much for saving me. I want to hear your side of the story, but you need to tell the truth. Alright, I will tell you, I met this guy before the attack on Carnabras. He said he felt sorry for me. We talked about the condemned and about how awful the crusade were to me. I told him to take matters into our own hand. I didn't want to help them, but they threatened me. Even cast a spell on me. I don't know what I was. Felt like torture. And then I had an idea to steal the ring. Worth a small fortune. Really messed things up. You started off as a thief and then you became an informant for the cultists. You ended up being a demon's plaything. You confessed to committing an act of treason. You will appear before a court-martial. Don't do anything stupid, Kerr. It's going to be a fair trial. What, have you been brainwashed too, my friend? You sound like one of those paladins who refused to sit down at the same table with me. Alright. Look, there's his wife. She has white hair, not green. Still, she's crazy. Come, let's give you some space. Clear your throat. I am glad you two are alright. Yes, it feels good to be finally married. Although sometimes I forget I'm a married woman since Elith keeps offering to fight in the crusade. I hate you. I hate you all. Die! Die a miserable death.
I will guide.
We have to go talk to Darian. I have a number of questions for you. I thought so. He gives you a sad smile. Do you know what the entity haunting you was exactly? What we called it the Other. It's not an entity, but entities. Though you may still call them the Other if you wish, it is fitting. It is a fitting name. Myself, I invented several hundred names for them over the course of 10 years. Most of those were completely, utterly in... Okay. Did you voluntarily agree to the conditions proposed by the Other? Absolutely. If you forget the demonic plague murderous Lathu orchestrated it, either that or certain death. What was it like living with it? Most certainly unforgettable experience. In all seriousness, though, I'm not sure I was ready to talk about that quite yet. The Other has grown so deep inside me, I can't fully process the fact that the leash's constantly surveillance is gone. My mind-altering realization in all sense of the word. Why did the Other behave so oddly, concealing their presence by any means possible, while at the same time beheading demons and humans alike? I haven't the slightest idea. I absolutely have no idea. They did not talk to me much, except a few rare instances when they wanted to frighten me or make me do something for them. I'm not sure what about those heads, whether they actually kill anyone or simply found corpses to take a look of. Had plenty of time to hypothesize about this over the years. I came with several theories. I am not sure any of them are true. Why did the Other come out to defend you? That is certainly true. You are the source of endless danger and fun. As for your question, I took some precautions. Made a contract with Abadar's temple. It cost me several years' worth of my revenue and all my estates under the contract. If I fail to make contact with the temple for a year, the clerics will be obligated to use their sacred magics to discover my fate and conduct a resurrection ritual. Could it turn out to be that I met a premature end? The Others knew about it and flew into a rage. Okay. Found out everything I wanted to know. Peace. Alright, let's do our review. We have finished Darian's story, I believe. Let's check. One final breath. I believe that's the end of Darian's story. So, what do I have to say about Darian now that we've completed his story? His voice actor is cool. His character is pretty amazing. I love his debauchery. I love his sins. He is chaotic evil or neutral evil for a reason. But, you know, I like Darian. He was very fun. He was a very fun and carefree character. He's very powerful. I've seen Regula, who does this game on Unfair, use him as a primary character, and he is absolutely a beast of a character to deal with if built correctly. So he's very useful. If I do another playthrough, I will probably make Darian part of my main party. The only reason Darian was not part of my main party at this point was because I'm playing the Path of an Angel, and I wanted to keep characters that I had already established and enjoyed their storylines with. We also finished Sela. What do I have to say about Sela? I absolutely hate Sela. I hate her. She is boring. She is 1980s storytelling. Her voice acting is terrible. She has no sense of personality to herself at all. She's a terrible tank. She's a terrible build. Her stats are all over the damn place. I cannot stand Sela. If I played through again, I absolutely will not use Sela. I will use Regula instead, or Regal instead, because Sela is terrible. I cannot stand her. I cannot express that enough. She was a terrible, terrible character. By far, my worst choice of characters in this entire game is Sela. She is absolutely the worst. Just a terrible character. Alright, that takes care of our reviews. Let's go run over to Sela, or Arushula. Let's see. You tried to change your nature and you succeeded. How does it feel? I was reborn. I am whole new person. What's going on with your nightmare? Does it still haunt you? Yes, it does. Does Disney's riddle turn out to be surprisingly simple? Yes, but the answer was there all along. Now that you know you can love like we mortals do, how does it feel? Wonderful. Shall we spend some time in private? Let's go! Alright. Did we pick up any books? We did pick up a book. Read that. Oh, let's do Ember. We'll probably take Arcane Focus just to make her spells hit a little harder. I think we already took Fire. Oh, we did not take Elemental Focus Fire. Or Greater Spell Penetration. What the hell have we been taking with her? Meta feats, I think. Meta feats. Greater Spell Pen. This doesn't matter. He's a fire caster. All right. Let's check our crusade. Scouting party was captured by a succubus who introduces herself as a priestess of Nock. She did not harm the soldiers. She merely asked them to deliver a message. The demon is offering the commander a deal. She enjoys experimenting. She is asking to be sent demons and mortals for research and play. What should be done with her? Authorize the delivery. 5,000 finance points. Send troops after the succubus. 100 energy points. Introduce the succubus to the tieflings. Unlocks deal with the tieflings. Go ahead, send some people after her. Let's be evil for a minute. It's a succubus after all. Oh no. We ended up sending forces to destroy her. We did click the other one, but it didn't click. Arrows. We can go with arrows, we can go with breastplate, or we can go with spectacles. Spectacles, obviously. They're rare. Heavenly audience. Gora wraps her arms around herself and gives you a thoughtful look. I come today with a difficult question. Your answer will not only decide the fate of a group of souls, but it will determine how history judges an entire crusade. The more lands we free from corruption, the more fugitive cultists we encounter. They are deserters who abandon their former masters and seek mercy from us. Some foresee the demons' imminent fall, while others flee the demons' wrath due to their failures on the battlefield. But one way or another, we continue to find yesterday's cultists behind the walls, tears in their eyes, repentance on their lips. These mortals are traitors to their former enemies, but they also have... Alright. All units in a targeted army will get D10 times mythic rank temporary hit points for the next battle. We fight for victory over the abyss and will not risk our world to a bunch of miscreants. Let them prove their remorse. Bestows wrath. Magic damage. Everyone who helped the demons must hang. State morale increases. Help them. We'll do good. Generals gain Relic Keeper. Plus 15 to power. Wow. All generals gain Brilliant Strategist. All ranged infantry get 15% bonus to damage. I like your suggestion. The nobles are offering noble recruits. All cavalry grand tiers have a 20% bonus to damage. Finances increased. Nah, Relic Keeper is the way it goes. Alright, let's do our save. Where are we at? We are at 16. Part 16. Save. All right, everybody. This was so much fun. I really had a good time today. We really got a lot of stuff accomplished. We were able to do so much and get so much done, and we still have some more stuff to do. It's a slow process because the map is just so massive now. We need to get some bases built lower into the map, but we are getting there. I hope that tomorrow, when we start streaming again at 10 a.m., my time anyway, that we are able to finish our mythic quest so that we can get our angel wings and be epic. I had a lot of fun. This was good. We had a good stream. We did well. Party, woo. I don't know. It worked out really well. This is 17. Thank you. So yeah, we'll pick this up tomorrow. Hopefully we can get a lot done. We are burning through normal mode pretty easily, so we shouldn't be struggling with any of the encounters. There are a couple of encounters that we might struggle with later down the road, but we'll see how that goes. As for now, I think this will be where we end it. I had so much fun. Thank you everybody for watching and for joining me today. I hope to see you again. And again, my schedule is up. My streaming schedule is up. I don't miss it. Yeah, I look forward to it. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Bye.